Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day and a great rest of your weekend. Happy Monday. We are back. Aylin, it's good to see you. How you doing? How are the things? Ooh. That's not what I wanted. No. There we go. Your glasses broke today, so it kind of sucks. That's not good. How did your glasses break? That's not good at all. I'm trying to find a thing here really quick because we are coming up on a thing, and I took a nap before I started streaming, so I'm kind of not prepared. Okay, I think I found it. Yes, cool, I found it. Nice. Yeah, how did your glasses break? One of the iPads broke off. Now we're trying to find a replacement. Ouch. Are you talking about the iPads? You talking like the nose things? Like the little like things that go on the bridge of your nose? Those? That's okay. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? iPad? Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that sucks. I can understand that. That's not fun. Okay. This is something I wanted to bring up. Actually, let me see if I can find the thing as well. So the frame is sitting right on the bridge of your nose. Ouch. Yeah, that's not fun. I'm trying to find this thing from Carnage. Because I think it's relevant. I do think it's relevant, and honestly, I think it's also good that I, waited. I guess you could say. Let me see if I can find... It's in my history. I saw it earlier today. Give me a second. I have a bandage on the bridge of my glasses, like Harry Potter. Oh, boy. I know... Aha, there we go. Jesus. Shh. Quiet. Okay. All right. So put me on to an article that came out October 9th, which, I'm going to be honest, is very late. But it says, Bloodlines 3 will be done by someone else. Paradox responds to future Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines after sequel debacle. Okay. The Chinese Room will try and get Bloodlines 2 to the finish line in the first half of 2025. Okay. This is originally posted October 8th and updated on the 9th. Paradox Interactive seems ready to be done with Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines and with RPGs in general, with Deputy CEO Matthias Lilja telling PC Gamer that any potential Bloodlines 3 will be done by someone else. Lilja opened up about Bloodlines 2's development in the course of an unusually frank interview, itself part of a media tour seemingly designed to show how Paradox was being reset after a string of problematic releases and reports of a toxic work culture. Paradox's overarching message: it's sticking to what it's good at, and what it's good at is strategy games. Quote, "It is not in our strategic direction to make this kind of game," Lilja told PC Gamer. So if Bloodlines 2, God willing, is successful. That's never a good sign, by the way. Bloodlines 3 will be done by someone else on the license from us. Now, I'm bringing this up because there's a lot of people who said that Bloodlines 2 is ass, right? Bloodlines 2 sucks. Everybody's beating the shit out of it, and this, that, and the other thing. Okay, if that's how somebody feels, I can understand that. But there is a video that I want to show afterwards. He says, I would say that it's sort of the strategic way this would work. So it's still an outlier from what we're supposed to do. We don't know that stuff, so we should probably let other people do it. Now, see, I don't have a problem with this these last two sentences, right? Especially this last sentence. And again, went through this stuff as well. I don't have a problem with this. But I agree with him that when they say, so if Bloodlines 2, God willing, is successful, that's not showing a whole hell of a lot of confidence in a game you're about to release. Now, I haven't played it yet. I am going to be playing it, for sure. But that doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. I think what the issue is that Paradox is acknowledging this isn't something we normally do. So if Bloodlines 3 does come around, we're going to hand it off to somebody who knows what the hell they're doing when it comes to these kinds of games, whether it be RPG or whatever. The problem is Paradox also owns White Wolf Publishing. But we'll keep going through this really quick. In short, Liljit considers Bloodlines a dead end for the company regardless of how well it does, which is made more awkward by the fact that Paradox Interactive owns Vampire the Masquerade creator, White Wolf Publishing. Liljit didn't talk about Paradox's plans for White Wolf, but it seems as if any future Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines RPG will be licensed out to other developers. Itsy, good to see ya. How you doing? Update, in a follow-up statement to IGN, Liljit clarified Paradox is not done with Vampire the Masquerade. Paradox, as a video game publisher, will not directly focus on publishing too far outside of its core competencies in the long run. He added, we are very confident in the Chinese room in developing Bloodlines 2. When we say that a potential Bloodlines 3 will be done by someone else, we mean Paradox Interactive as the publisher. He concluded, we continue to own and work on World of Darkness, but that team operates very differently from the core organization. A Paradox spokesperson added that Paradox still owns World of Darkness and plans to continue to support Vampire the Masquerade, which, okay, fair. If he's literally talking about that, right, from a publisher standpoint, okay, fair enough. I get it, right? I think some studios do strategic investments, long-term things, because they feel that the cost of not doing it is too high. But I mean, I think it's fairly clear, at least to me, and I think to you, that even the best of cases, Bloodlines does not have a super long shelf life. That's not the way these games behave. You have an influx of players, but there's a bit of word of mouth, and they have a high peak, and then they just trail off. And it's not the type of gameplay that developers over time... What? And it's not the type of gameplay that develops over time that much. So I think it's part of why these games are not really that attractive to us. Okay, fair. Am okay, one of my favorite indie horror devs dropped a new demo, and I'm excited to try it. Nice! And how am I? I'm doing okay. It's kind of been one of those days where personally, I feel fine. But you ever, wake up and just feel like you've been hit by a truck, and then, it never gets... That feeling never goes away? You know what I mean? It's been one of those days. I've already taken, 3 naps today. All the fucking time. Totally fair. Totally fair. Lilge's comments come amid the still ongoing development of Bloodlines 2, which was announced back in 2019 as a faithful successor to the original game by Troika, considered one of the greatest RPGs ever made. The original development was handled by Hardsuit Labs, but numerous delays and other problems led to its near cancellation before Paradox handed development to the Chinese Room. Fair. If we hadn't found the Chinese Room, Lilge said, and seen what they'd done with the early work, cancellation would have been the next logical step because we could not continue as we did. The Chinese Room is taking what looks to like a very different direction from Hardsuit, boiling it down into more of a straightforward action RPG. Fans have posted various comparisons between the two online, noting the differences between the melee combat, among other things. Generally, it's a continuation of the same vision they had to make it theirs, Lilge told Game Informer in a separate interview. When a game has been going this long with a sizable team in Seattle for a number of years before we moved it, it might have commercial challenges, but we liked the direction. Lilge says the Paradox is targeting the first half of 2025 release for Bloodlines 2, and that development is currently on track after it suffered yet another delay in August. Update, this story has been updated with follow-up statements from Deputy CEO. Yeah, and we already did. Okay, so we got this whole thing, right? This is what Ko has to say, and I don't blame Ko, by the way. I really, really don't. I wish there were more people like him on YouTube and on Twitch in general. I think he's awesome.
This game is a bit of a kerfluffle. This game is Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 in name only. Throughout the course of this game's development, it is pretty clear that this game switched from an RPG based on Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 1 into a much more immersive, story-focused, first-person adventure game. A great example of this game. If this was an RPG, I would have looted and gotten probably 12 things on the rooftops that we've just passed over until now.
Yep.
But in this game, there's been almost nothing. We're just jumping on rooftops. But that's a big change from Bloodlines 1.
Which is fair.
Bloodlines 2 does not feel or play like an RPG, which is what Bloodlines 1 was. I'm getting this out of the way early because right there, what I just told you is one of the larger marketing blunders we have seen in gaming in a long time.
Now, I agree with him, by the way, that if they're going off of it being a faithful successor to Bloodlines 1, that's not what we're going to get, right? But okay, let me back up a little bit because this right here is all the problems with Bloodlines 1, okay? And I'm only bringing this up and explaining it because the version of Bloodlines 1 that I have, unfortunately, is the one on Steam. It's not the GOG version. So I have to go and jump through fucking hoops to get the thing to even work. Let alone be able to actually keep it working and play the damn thing. It's a giant pain in the ass. It's a massive pain in the ass if you have the Steam version. If you want to play the original, or if you want to play Bloodlines, buy it on GOG. I still have my VTM1 hard copy in box. Ooh, nice. See, I wish I still had my hard copy, but I don't. But I do remember way back in the day, because I bought this when it first came out, because I didn't know it was a thing. Because I'd played VTM at that point, the TTRPG I'd played. So I was excited for this. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And the damn thing kept crashing. Right? It just did. It kept crashing. You couldn't keep the thing running to save your life. It was miserable. Like, what you could play was fun, but it was being able to play it that was the challenge. But this right here, unfortunately, is also, as much as it's a boon, it's also the problem when it comes to a Vampire the Masquerade game. This is your character sheet. It's literally a digital version of the character sheet that I used to use for the TTRPG. This is all based off of the D10 system. Also, hot take, I'm not hating Vampire the Masquerade 2. I don't think that's a hot take. That's why I'm bringing this up, because I think we may end up starting it tonight. I'm not sure. This is based off of the D10 system. So if anybody has ever played like Dungeons and Dragons, it's based off the D20 system. The D10 system is vastly different. And it's not a bad thing. It's actually a really cool system, but it's different. Very different, right? And these guys for Bloodlines 1 did a great job with taking a lot of things that are very complex and take you hours and hours and hours to learn, and basically like simplifying it so that the systems work the way that they should, and so on and so forth for a video game. The problem with this, though, is that this doesn't run through the entire length of the game. The entire second half of the game is a watered-down budget first-person shooter. And if you don't pick a specific class at the very beginning of the game, you are infinitely fucked during the second half of the game. And that's because of the skills that they had time to iron out, and how things would work and stuff like that when they got rushed by Sega, right? So the problem is that they literally were only able to do seemingly everything for only one class. So if you don't pick this class, this very specific class, there's no point in playing the second half of the game. And let's make no mistake about it, and I'm not shitting on Bloodlines 1, this is just fact. Bloodlines 1 was dog shit when it came out. It was. The thing crashed all the time. It didn't want to work on modern stuff. There was a lot of fucking lag because it was, for the time, it was like it was pushing graphics so hard in needless ways, right? To the point where your graphics card couldn't keep up, or your processor couldn't keep up, or both, and the thing would fucking crash, or the thing would just blue screen of death, or whatever. There were a lot of problems, and God forbid you, like myself, sadly, decided that you were going to tough it out. There was always a point, and it's when you hit the second part of the city, and you're doing all the stuff in the second part of the city, and it's roughly, I want to say it was roughly about halfway through, all of a sudden the game just quits. It doesn't tell you why. It doesn't say that there was some sort of fatal error. It just stops. The game just off. That's it. Back to desktop. You don't know what happened. There are no error logs. You don't know why. It just does. That's how the game shipped. Now, you do have some really, really, really diehard fans. And as soon as I got to that fancy-ass house, shit would go to hell. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was fucking crazy. Hang on one second. Now, I'm not shitting on Bloodlines 1, because there are a lot of really, really good and cool things about Bloodlines 1. And it was heavy. It was really heavy into the RPG thing. I really, really liked that. And it's the closest, in my opinion, that we've ever gotten to having a VTM TTRPG in a video game accurately. But had it not been for the fans, we wouldn't have gotten 2 unofficial patches that not only A, made it so that you could actually play the fucking thing, and then B, more importantly, literally fixing one of the worst things that's ever happened in video game releases, which is make a level that is that was, the way it was released, impossible to actually navigate. You couldn't navigate it because there were there were literally unfinished parts of the level. So you couldn't even get to the end of the level itself, right? And I'm not talking about the sewers underneath the city. I'm actually talking about the sewer level, right? You couldn't originally get through that. So they fixed the bugs and they fixed everything so that you could play the game, and then they came out with another patch, which I think is now all wrapped up into one unofficial community patch, where people have actually gone back and they've tried to basically add what was needed to be able to play that sewer level, but it's still so convoluted that they actually just put like a trap door, like a physical trap door in the world right at the entrance, like right at the start of that level. So if you really want, all you need to do is just punch in a stupid code, the door opens, and you bypass the level entirely. That's how broken the game shipped. Right? So, although this is cool, unfortunately, this is also one of the biggest reasons why Sega rushed everything. And because Sega figured, oh, okay, well, we're going to have something and it's going to be quick and everything else and so on. And okay, sure, to an extent. There were a lot of other things that plagued Bloodlines 1, such as, and this is no small one, by the way, it literally released at the same time as fucking Halo. Like, ouch. Right? That didn't do anybody any good. So yeah, they were already up against really stiff competition, and then Sega rushed them, and the damage was already done. Right? The game technically was released in a finished state, right? But not really. We really had to like fuck with it. So I think one of the biggest problems, especially now when it comes to Bloodlines 2 and comparing it to Bloodlines 1, is that everybody wants to play Bloodlines 2 as if it's quite literally a one-to-one sequel with Bloodlines 1. It's not. And I think that's the biggest blunder. They could have called it literally anything else, and I don't think anybody necessarily would have had a problem with it, but everybody was expecting everything that they love about the first game, and then expected it to be perfect because of all the problems the first one had. And I think that's where people are really, really getting mixed up with a lot. But here, Co continues with stuff, so let's keep going.
I'm getting this
What's going on, True?
Early because right there, what I just told you is one of the larger marketing blunders we have seen in gaming in a long time.
True.
The biggest downside to all this is because of this marketing blunder, we may never see an actual Bloodlines 2. And honestly, as a Bloodlines 1 fan, that's like one of the saddest things about all this.
But, okay, and I agree with Co. However, the problem is that it's one of the saddest things because we loved everything that actually worked in Bloodlines 1, and had the developers been given enough time, it would have been an absolutely fucking insane experience. But it wasn't. It was broken as shit. Your Chronos experience has been sounding like my playthrough of Dead Space 2 on the hardest difficulty. As soon as I let my expectations of Bloodlines 2 go, I started to enjoy the game so much more. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Itzy. I really feel like everybody who's sitting there and going, oh, well, this is ass. Okay, it's a blunder. It's a marketing blunder. And I like that Co is acknowledging that, and I think that's fantastic. So I think at this point, people got to, like, let go of their expectations. Because this game's been in developer hell for over a decade.
I think that at some point along the development of this game, it was decided they just need to get as much money out of this as possible. And somebody sent me a link where Paradox, in the middle of marketing the game, basically said making a story-driven game was a huge mistake. Bloodlines 3...
Well, okay, we just read this. They didn't say it was a huge mistake. I understand what that viewer was talking about, but they didn't make a huge mistake. The mistake is that it had gone through developer hell for God knows how many reasons, and there are massive amounts of them, but this is not Paradox's bread and butter, and they don't know really how to do it. But they own White Wolf Publishing. They don't just own the IP, they own the entire company that started all of this. Right? So it's not like they can just go, oh, yeah, no, we're done. See ya. Right? VTM is a huge TTRPG. Everybody loves it.
It will be done by someone else. Paradox responds to future of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines after sequel debacle. The CEO, Matthias Lilja, telling PC Gamer that any potential Bloodlines 3 will be done by someone else. I think we can all, there's a part of us that when I read this, a part of me just goes, oh, thank God. It is not in our...
Okay, so this is the thing that I didn't like about IGN. We'll go back. IGN goes, oh yeah, that any potential Bloodlines 3 will be done by somebody else. What they don't tell you until you get down to the bottom of the article is that they are talking from a publisher's perspective, not a developer's perspective.
Part of us that when I read this, a part of me just goes, oh, thank God. It is not in our strategic direction to make this kind of game. So if Bloodlines 2, God willing, is successful, bro, how do you say God willing in front of a game that you're actively making?
Yep.
You are literally telling everyone, I don't have faith in this.
Well, again, here's the issue, and I agree. This sentence is damning, right? But they're not coming at it from a developer's perspective. They're coming at it from a publisher's perspective. So the publisher is putting forth all this money and everything like that, and they don't know all the details and the ins and outs and everything like that. A lot of the time, they just really give a shit about results, right? So they're the ones who are, like, as much as I hate to say it, the developers have already been paid. That's all well and fine. Now, they may get a bonus, right? They may get a cutback if it's successful, and that's fantastic. But the publishers are the ones who are sticking their necks out. So if this isn't the publisher's bread and butter, they don't have any clue as to how well it's going to go. They have no idea.
I don't say this often, but what the fuck? He's the CEO of the company. Like, do you not... Bloodlines 2 will be done by someone else on the license from us. So they were like, hey, if it's successful, I mean, we'll just sell it to... Oh my God, this hurts to read, dude.
It does hurt to read. But again, the issue is that they own White Wolf Publishing. Right? They're not going to get rid of White Wolf Publishing. They're not going to get rid of World of Darkness. But they don't know how to make anything related to this.
I would say this, it's the sort of strategic way this would work. So it's an outlier from whatever we're supposed to do. Okay, you know what? Hold on. It's still an outlier from what we're supposed to do. We don't know that stuff, so we should probably let other people do it.
Yes.
Okay, I like this last line because it shows me that they understand they shouldn't be the one doing it.
Yep.
But I hate this first line because it shows me, why did you ever take the project? Because you ruined it.
The problem is that they didn't have a choice. But again, they're doing it from a publisher's perspective, not a developer's perspective. They don't have a choice because they own the IP. So obviously it would make sense. Hey, our parent company literally publishes video games. You know what I mean?
And if you knew, then you weren't good at this, then why did you do it? Because you ruined our Bloodlines 2 because of this. In short, Lilja considers Bloodlines a dead end for the company regardless of how well it does.
See what I mean? So everybody, and I think what Co's going through here right? I think what Co's going through here is this is not the best article. So when he reads this, he's looking at it from, oh God, the developers don't even have like any excitement to make this. But Paradox is both developer and publisher studios. Yes, that's true. That's absolutely true. Yeah. But again, they'd obviously be publishing it, right? So, hey, why don't we do it in-house? Or why don't we have somebody out of house develop the game and we publish it? Makes sense, right? They're going to make quite a bit of money if the game's done right. I can understand his frustration with this.
Which is made more awkward by the fact that Paradox Interactive owns Vampire the Masquerade creator White Wolf Publishing.
Yep.
As somebody who like wants nothing more than for developers to be given the opportunity to make the best possible things they can, I feel like people like that are actively getting in the way of that.
Of course they are.
Unfortunate.
100%.
Really unfortunate. Paradox is not making this game. It's made by the Chinese Room. So which is weird because that article made it sound like they were making it. They made it sound like this is not what we're good at. But I mean, was Paradox ever making it? I think they were always publishing it. Because I don't even think they were making it when they got the IP.
No, they weren't.
I don't know. That's a little. I'll have to like. I don't understand why he's making it sound like they messed up and they'll do it different next time. But they didn't
try to make it into an RTS. Oh God.
Marketing decisions. They didn't actually make the game. They just literally, really screwed up the game with all their bad corporate decision making.
Fair.
Anyway, this has been. I mean, this whole project has just been such a mess. It's been, and the worst part about all of this, none of this mess had to happen. Like none of the shit surrounding this project. It was all done. It was all fabricated and created for money-making purposes.
Yep.
And now all of us that enjoy the product are getting screwed because of it. As many of my regulars know, I'm the kind of person that focuses on the parts that I like in a game. I can have parts of a game not be fun for me and still really enjoy other parts.
Of course.
And that's kind of where I am with this game. The other stuff in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 is actually really good.
Itzy, what did you say earlier? Once you threw away your expectations, you're actually enjoying the game. Co just said it too.
I feel like the Chinese Room, kind of like Arcane Austin was before Redfall, I feel like the Chinese Room really does a few things incredibly well. And Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 does give them an opportunity to shine the spotlight on what they do well. Character dialogue is funny. I very much like some of these characters. Oh, he's about to run out of batteries.
You all right there, fella?
Oh, hold me, detective.
Oh, dead.
Some of the voice acting is a little hit and miss, especially for like ancillary and side characters, but the main backbone so far has been awesome. I've absolutely loved it. The environments are gorgeous and look actually organic and lived in. Which, I mean, last big game I could say that it was Chronos, and I feel like they did that phenomenally.
And they did. Chronos, by the way, Chronos is a brutal fucking game, but I will say the scenery in Chronos is absolutely phenomenal.
So that's kind of where we are with this game. I'm enjoying the main parts of this game. What's important in this game, I'm enjoying, and I like it. But it's not a good Bloodlines 2. In fact, this game is missing some of the things that made Bloodlines 1 one of the better games when it came out.
And I agree. I completely agree. But again, we have to go back into the history of Bloodlines 1. Bloodlines 1 was always going to fail, whether it be because Sega at the time pushed the developers to unrealistic goals, which made them have to shit can basically most of the second half of the story, right? And just turn it into a watered down first person shooter that was only workable for really one class, because of all the game breaking bugs where the thing would just crash and not tell you why, to the absolutely massive game breaking bug, and everybody hits it initially, and then we have to go on to fucking Google and go into the Steam forums, and then somebody on the Steam forums tells you why the fucking thing isn't working, and then you have to go and get the patch and fix it. And then the other game-breaking bug of an entire level that isn't even finished to the point where you can't finish it. On top of this, so it was already going to fail. The other thing that really sucks is it literally came out the same time around Halo. Much as I love RPGs, ain't nobody fucking beating Halo. Right? It was always going to fail. This definitely had a lot of RPG elements in it, which was fantastic. But unfortunately, it was always... Bloodlines 1 was always doomed to fail. I'm playing Banu Hakim, and it's a faction I know nothing about, and I'm having a good time. Great! There's nothing wrong with that. That's awesome. I can't wait to play this. I really can't.
No inventory, no looting, no equipment.
Yeah.
Like there's major RPG pillars that are missing, which again make it baffling they even considered calling this Bloodlines 2.
Which fair, but again, I think the context that we have to take into account is unfortunately fourth wall breaking. It takes us out of things for a minute, right? Chinese Room developed this, but Chinese Room was not the one originally developing it. And then, if I remember correctly, there were a lot of ideas as to where they wanted to take it, and some of those things were transferred into Blood Hunt, and some of those things were turned into visual novel games. I think there's like 4 or 5 of them, something like that. And then there's Bloodlines 2, which still needs to be done. So Chinese Room had the very terrible position of being the one to pick up all the pieces. They have a set period of time to try and get this thing out before the publishers start to get a little pissed, because now they're just hemorrhaging money. Unfortunately, some things are going to have to go. Right? I'm not saying, oh, well, completely get rid of an inventory, but when you put it in the context of you're a 900-year-old vampire who clearly doesn't give much of a fuck about literally anybody or anything unless it directly affects you, the game kind of makes a hell of a lot more sense. Is it what should be Bloodlines 2? No. But is it a bad game? Probably not.
This is one of those situations where it's like, if they had called this game Vampire the Masquerade The Nomad, or something that did not come with all the baggage of these expectations that are never going to be met.
True.
Then I feel like this project could have been so much better received.
Agreed.
People could have really focused on the good parts, and we'd be talking about the good parts instead of all the fact that it's just missing all this stuff that, frankly, the game we're playing now probably never should have had. But I will say, I do not blame the Chinese Room for this.
No.
And I think from the feel of this game, they did the best they could with what they got.
Yep. And I agree with him. I don't blame the Chinese Room. The Chinese Room had a lot of cool ideas, and from what I've seen from screenshots and stuff like that, from what I've seen, they've done a fantastic job. But they had very unrealistic expectations that were put on them, and only a certain amount of time to do it. And that really hurts. That really, really, really hurts. So I agree. They did the best they can with what they had. I do really miss being able to play a Malkavian, though. That was my favorite part of Bloodlines 1. Well, we were talking about that the other night, if I remember correctly, because I know Alpa was talking about how, it sucks that you can't play a Nosferatu. And I'm like, okay, but the character is 900 years old, right? If the character is waking up from a torpor and is 900 years old, that's kind of the opposite of what a Nosferatu would be. Now, I don't know how it is for Malkavian, but a Nosferatu would rather just die outright than ever just shove itself in a box for God knows how long, because as physically ugly as a Nosferatu is, they also sometimes have the hardest time letting go of humanity, because they are the physical embodiment of what everybody else hides, right? So they really do try to cling on to a lot of things that typically other vampires wouldn't, such as humanity. You kind of don't have a whole hell of a lot of humanity if you're just like, nah, fuck it, shove me in a box, wake me up in 700 years. You know what I mean? Like, there's not much. You clearly, as the character, you clearly would not care. You know what I mean? All that memorabilia in the sewers. Yeah, exactly.
What it feels like. And I will say for that, I am enjoying the heck out of it. I can't recommend this product. And I can't recommend this product to you because of how bad the corporate gaming environment failed the developers.
And I think that's a really, really, really important point that he's bringing up. He's not recommending it because he doesn't like what the publishers have done. And I agree that it should have been done differently, and I absolutely agree that this is a massive blunder on their part because they promised one thing and we're getting something entirely different. It's not to say that it is a bad game, but it is to say that it is not what we were promised. And I think that's totally fair for him not to recommend it.
We're seeing the beginnings of a new industry under the surface of the one that's been controlling our games for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, we're still very much in that time. So, and for the record, Marathon is the exact issue we're running into this game with. Marathon has nothing to do with its original IP. So if you want to talk, like people in chat were being, how is this like Marathon? Because both the companies are just farming an IP that doesn't belong in those games.
Yep.
I don't want to encourage this kind of behavior where a company farms an old IP just to make money off it instead of making the game succeed better by ripping that band-aid off and maybe doing the painful thing and, you know, renaming it.
Yep.
To Paradox's credit, they tried to absolutely screw us with a pre-order thing that they walked back. I'll tell you right now, if they had not walked that back, I may not even be playing this game.
Yep.
So credit where it's due. We do appreciate that, but like, you guys got to do better next time, dude. We can't keep getting games like this.
Mm-hmm.
Your numbers are showing you why this is not okay. Please don't continue to do this to us. My best to the Chinese room. This is a really bad situation for them.
Mm-hmm. Toward the end of his playthrough, Ko encountered a second game-breaking bug. Oh no!
I got to admit, and I hate to say it, I think if I can't fix this quick, I think this is going to be it for this playthrough right now. This would be the second game-breaking bug we've gotten, and like I don't have time to replay this game. I'm sorry, Chinese room. I did my best, guys. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. Our last hard save is from yesterday.
Oof.
Yeah, that everything we did was not saved. So we've wasted another over 2 hours if we can't get this to work.
Ouch.
No, I think it just wrote over our save. We're done.
Yep.
We're done.
And that's
That
rough.
is going to be a pause on our Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 playthrough. We're going to let that game patch a little bit more. Oh, that is, dude, the absolute last thing this game needed.
Yep.
Is game-breaking main story bugs.
Yep.
I just can't with this. I can't.
And see, here's the worst part is you can tell he was really, really, really hoping to be able to set aside his expectations and go, okay, you know what? Things weren't as they should be, but we're still going to play this game. We're still going to look for the good and everything like that. And we're going to talk about both the good and the bad and kind of give you the best take we can. And then it just all fell apart, right? That's why one reason, that's literally the reason I never went back and finished Spider-Man. Because Spider-Man did the same fucking thing to me, right? Imagine being 70% of the way through the game, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, the game craps out on you. But it doesn't autosave, and that's all well and fine. So then you go in and you hard save it, and now the save is corrupted, which means you have to start all the way back at the beginning. That's why I never finished Spider-Man. Much as I enjoyed Spider-Man, right? That's why I never finished playing it. Because literally I had hours and hours and hours that were just tossed right out the fucking window. And somebody like Ko, I mean, let me put it this way. Ko is a very busy guy, right? He's got only X amount of hours during the day to do a lot of things, whether it be streaming or working on videos and so forth, because he's got a family. He's a dad, right? He's got dad things that he has to deal with. And I think it's sad, but I think it's also understandable from his perspective why he can't just turn back around and play for another 2 hours when he's only got a very limited amount of time to actually sit there and do anything in the first place. So I don't blame Ko for being disappointed. I really, really don't. I also don't blame him for not recommending the game. But as Itzy said, and even as Ko said, in so many words, if you eliminate your expectations or put them aside of what you think Bloodlines 2 should be, the game isn't terrible. And you can have fun with it. And they really did a great job with what they had to work with. That's how I feel. Obviously, my feelings very well may change here in probably the next day or so. But we'll see. We'll see. So, with that being said, why don't we get back into finishing, or at least trying to finish. Where the hell is it? Where are you? No, not Chronos. What the hell was I playing? Oh, the Spotlight. Fear the Spotlight. That's what it is. Yep, there we go. I kick a puppy, but not... No, I mean, I get the sentiment, though, Itzy. I totally get the sentiment, for sure. Also, guys, if you... They really need to unfuck the audio for this. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm awake, too. What was I gonna say before we keep going? It's Ko, right? Here, I'm gonna do a thing. Ko Carnage is awesome, right? So please, 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 even though Ko doesn't need help, I'll put it that way, right? He doesn't. But I would highly, highly, highly recommend that if you haven't already, go like the video and please go subscribe to that channel, because it's Ko and he's awesome and he's easily one of the nicest fucking people on the platform. And honestly, if there's literally anybody I trust, it's him, because in all the years that he's been gaming, he hasn't changed one iota of how he operates, and I really respect the hell out of that. Okay, so turn this up. Let me go to options really quick. Okay, all that stuff is down again, so that's fine. Okay, so I gotta go here, and then I gotta put in this. Good. And then I go in here, and I select this one. Nice. There. Fix this. Okay, so we are at 1. So we go over here. 1. There. And that's on ohms. There we go. Ko is one of the very few big streamers that I feel like I can trust their opinions. I agree. I totally agree. I totally agree. And it, honestly, like, Zeke, not our Zeke, but I love our Zeke, but I'm talking about, not Zeke Mango, but Zeke, right? Those are probably the two, for me. Those are probably the two big ones. Power on the HVAC to get to the theater, clear out the smoke, and find Amy. I mean, I can power on the HVAC. I just have to do this. Good. Now the gym doesn't have any power. Which means I'm going to be running for my life. Or not. The lung thing freaks you out. Oh, yeah, she's got asthma. That's what it is. What in the fuck was that? Nope, just keep going. Don't care enough. Nope. Fuck that noise. Ain't... Yep. Nope, we're done with that. Yeah, she's got asthma, so... Ooh, I don't have one. That's bad. But long story short, if for whatever reason you get caught by the monster, she starts to have an asthma attack, and you need to pick up inhalers so that you can use them. Isn't making any sound because I have to turn it on. Okay. Good. Good. I'm still gonna turn this down. Shit. There we go. Smoke in the building is cleared out. But it's still on fire, because usually that's what happens when there's smoke. There's fire. For the record, I think this is an awful idea. Thank God people just leave their inhalers lying around. I know, right? A counselor incident form. A few students were bullying Chrissy, excuse me, in the arts hallway, but Raul stopped the fight. Both students were counseled on the situation and are back in class. So glad the anti-bullying assembly had an effect. Right. What is this? Some degrees framed for the school counselor. Okay. Okay, so wait a minute. Get to the theater and find Amy. Seems like it might be a little tough right now. Oh, I gotta turn on the sprinklers. Yeah. I can get into the theater if I find a way to turn them on. Right. So where's this game been on your Scarometer? It's... I mean, it's got its good stuff. But I don't know if... Okay, there we go. I don't know if scary is how I would put it. You know what I mean? It's interesting. There's been a couple of scares, but oh, good. Map of the classrooms of the building. I can make notes here if I get lost. Wait, hang on. You are here. Drama, bathrooms, art, and music. The other door I can't get to. Oh, look, inhaler. There we go. I think my biggest thing with this game, much as I think it's a great idea, and I like the fact that it's not tank controls, I really appreciate the fact that it is not tank controls, because this would have been a very easy candidate to have those. It just... It is weird. Take the hallway keys from the statue's hand. There's an inscription. Fire of my heart, never shall we part. You hit it like a dart, and now I have to fart. So I'm assuming I'm gonna have to use the keys, right? Yep. Oh, actually, speaking of, I had an idea, by the way. I had an idea for November. So, we already know, for those of you who are unaware, I have been conned into playing Alien Isolation again. And drinking the chocolate oyster smoothie the day that I start that. However, besides that, conned, he says. Excuse you, listen, Aelin, you guys conned me into it, okay? I didn't want to play Alien Isolation again. That brought y'all out of the woodwork, right? Holy shit. Anyway, we did no such thing. Anyway, we all know that I wasn't the biggest fan of Starfield because it had a whole lot of nothing going on for it. However, one thing that I will say is that there is, supposedly, a Star Wars Total Conversion mod for Starfield. And it is called Star Wars Genesis. And I don't know anything about it, and I'm thinking of checking it out in November. Pop in for a minute and I heard it ASAP. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm interested to see what people have done with it. I mean, you know how hardcore Star Wars fans are, especially if they make a mod. So I'm really interested to check it out and see what it is. I think they were able to create custom everything. It's a total conversion mod. I must defend myself when Shadow seeks to besmirch the rep of ass. Oh, God. Some kind of construction contract. Description of work, installation of a propped chandelier. Additional notes, client requests the chandelier to be installed hanging over the stage. 3 ropes will be used to secure the fixture. If you understand the risks, please accept this agreement. Signed by several members of the school staff. What's going on with this rug? It's folded. It's a big hatch with a strange keyhole. Degrees and awards. This teacher must have been really serious about theater. They doing Phantom of the Opera? Yes, they are. That chandelier was over the audience. Oh, okay. But no, they are doing Phantom of the Opera. Yeah. Yeah, they're doing a high school rendition of Phantom of the Opera. A note between students. Raul, thank you for standing up for me last week. I'm really excited to be in the play together. Mr. Crane says I need extra acting lessons, so I have to stay late after school with him most days, but maybe we can practice together sometime on the weekend? Chrissy. Seem to put a lot of effort into it, and oh yeah, dude, like they put a lot of effort here. Hang on, we're gonna get derailed either way, but yeah, let's take a look at this really quick, because they've done a lot. 8.5 is here: Rebel Alliance storyline, Deserter storyline, prop replacement overhaul, Temple Guardians, armor resist work, and more. Right? FAQ. Lightsabers. I am not adding lightsabers to Genesis until Bethesda releases an animation framework and we get better melee animations and a dodge keybind. The third-person vanilla melee combat in Starfield is one of the worst melee combat systems made in the history of AAA gaming. 2002's Morrowind had better melee combat. Ouch. If you absolutely cannot play without lightsabers, then you might be interested in Mojo's lightsaber mod. Just be aware that this is an unofficial Genesis add-on that changes many aspects of Genesis beyond my vision, such as progression and general lore building. It also is very experimental and thus can result in many unintended bugs, such as broken quests, any issues you encounter, yada yada yada. Okay, great. So he's saying no lightsabers. Are there force powers? Yes, a few. Can I update outdated mods in the list? Can I use loot on the list? I will lose my shit if you come to my Discord asking for help with an obscure bug I found out you used loot on my mod list or updated a mod that I left purposely outdated. The Ship of Theseus applies to many of the mods in this list. I have patched and edited some of them to the point that there's no remnant of the original mod left. You going and updating a mod, breaking something I did, then asking me for help fixing it or submitting a bug report about it will probably get kicked from the Discord. Oof. I mean, to be fair, this actually, like, I really don't blame him. Why is this? I hate it when this happens. Hang on. Peep the home tab. Yeah, this is the home tab. Oh, here's the trailer. Okay. This'll work. We'll start it over again. Hang on. There we go. And then here. 23 years ago, the Queen of Naboo signed a treaty with the Trade Federation. 23 months ago, the once-forgotten Rakghoul plague resurfaced. Doesn't this look good? 23 weeks ago, the Empire committed a genocide on the planet of Geonosis. "23 hours ago, you found a strange artifact. 23 minutes ago, you arrived on Coruscant. It looks pretty good. Oh, wow. Complete a fully converted and rewritten main quest. Nice. Fight bosses and research their armors with the new biotechnology station. This looks really well done. Use their own technology against them. Take a different path entirely. Okay. Research the secrets of Beskar with complex experiments. No shit. This looks really, really good. Or join them. No, you're not a Mando in this one. Not that I'm aware of. You get to choose who you want to be. So you can be a human. You could be a Mandalorian. You could be somebody who joins the Empire. You could be somebody who assumedly joins the Rebel Alliance. You could... It's all up to you. This looks really good, actually. This actually looks really well done. Nice. Black market weaponry. Yeah, see, this looks awesome. I don't know. I don't. I have it through Game Pass.
Hello again. Star Wars Genesis.
Red Twi'lek.
We're getting some attention out there. The 8.2 video especially has been doing really well. I don't know if it was a thumbnail or maybe because I talked in it or just the way I showcased it. But what I do know is I gotta keep that style going, or at least try to. And honestly, it's kind of relieving in a weird way, just talking about everything I did in the update and having people hear my thoughts.
So this is the rest of it is all Dev Diary stuff?
Rather than helped us.
But wow, hold on. Look at this. Look at all that traffic. That looks so good. That looks so good. Here, let's do it this way.
Feel the same, and we've been sort of balancing away from that slowly. Mojo, the guy that made our optional lightsaber mod, helped us with that. So now, for example, we have some blasters with some unique effects, and we're definitely going to expand on that.
So you need it on Steam and with the DLC to do it? Really? Oh, that's a bummer.
Blue particle impact effect, for example, and it just fit perfectly with all the blue bolted blasters. In the future, we're going to try to get the same effect in different colors like green and yellow, with some help from talented people and scripters and effect people like Mojo, as well as some other stuff with effects. Just a lot of cool stuff going on, basically.
Isn't very spoopy. I was showing them an idea spoiled. The requirements tab says so. Oh, that's a bummer. That's a massive bummer. Yeah, I was showing them an idea that I had for November after Alien Isolation. Patch notes, gameplay, optimization, support, install. It's under install, okay. Does the game suffer from a problem in minimizing reality compared to the lore? For example, you hear tons of NPCs hype something up just for it to be mediocre at best. Like, oh, Solitude, one of the biggest cities in Skyrim, but yet there's only like 15 houses and NPCs. And so, yeah, and they've been doing that for a while, sadly. Okay, so what do we need? We need the Steam version of non-pirated Starfield, no Game Pass or Microsoft support. So they do specifically say you need the Steam version, so that's out. That's a bummer. And you need the Shattered Space expansion. Again, that's a bummer. Because I only ever had the Game Pass one, but I think it was Mutahar sit there and go, oh yeah, no, I'm definitely going to check this out. I was like, oh shit, I forgot about this. So yeah, that's a bummer. But, I mean, honestly, good on them. Because this all looks fantastic. It really, really, really does. And I really hope the best for him. I really do. But, yeah. It was an idea, but unfortunately that idea and my dreams were crushed. How you doing, Spoiled? How are the things? Did you commemorate Liberty Day appropriately? You mean like that? Absolutely. This debris is too heavy for me to lift on my own. Well, duh. You're like 4 foot nothing. Hey, shut up. Listen, Itzy, it's okay. I'm not the tallest person in the world either. I'm 5'5" on a good day. So don't feel bad. A diary page. I can't believe it. Raul asked me to be his girlfriend. We made it official and bought promise necklaces at the mall. Now kissing him on stage will be even more romantic. There are hearts drawn all over the page. There's just a jack holding up a table. Okay. Suddenly it all makes sense. Oh, God. It doesn't matter where I am. Oh yeah, turn off the flashlight, dummy. Wait. He's gonna come back this way. He does kind of sound like Ghost Runner, doesn't he? The ghost of some kid that got hit in the head with a stage light? I don't know. That's a very good question. And the music is still going, which I don't like. Music class. Oh boy, it's a TV. I can plug in cables. Oh no. I don't want to plug in cables. Power? And of course there's going to be a VHS tape. Yeah. Alright. Well. Oh yeah, let's play the piano and get Stage Lighthead over here. That's a great idea. A notice poster. New practice schedule for the Phantom of the Opera. All orchestra students participating must attend each session. Geez, these poor students had to practice so much. Well, yeah. I had to. Okay, well, what do they want me to do here exactly, other than... I have no idea. Trying to remember where I needed the jack. Well, I can use the jack here, that's for sure, which is nice. No, just let me... Oh, God. Yeah, there we go. I thought there was another place I needed a jack too, but... Oh well. Am I gonna... Yep. It's jacking time. Oh yeah, that's not gonna cause a lot of noise for Spotlight Head. The hell is that? I think it's just supposed to be a sticker or something. So, how you doing, Spoiled? How are the things? Oh good, the bathroom. What's going on with this mirror? Looks like it was hung up differently from the others. A diary page. I got another admirer letter. I thought Raul was my admirer, but now I'm sure it isn't him. I'm so scared, I feel like I'm constantly being watched. I should show this letter to Raul. Pick up the face piece. Okay. Really? Okay, can't do anything with the stalls. Which is probably for the best. A burned letter and rose. How could you break my heart? He will just hold you back. I won't let him ruin our special night. Right. Oh, okay, these are... Gotcha. Have a conference to attend tomorrow, huh? You gotta give a presentation? Oh boy. The content they want us to present is maybe 15 minutes worth of shit. And they're giving you 45 minutes? That seems a bit excessive. Now I hide under this table. And basically the message is, we gave you new tools, use them, and you will be better at your job. Oh no, really? That's it? Okay. Well... stuff in drama and in music. Well, music was the TV. I remember that. What was drama? Oh, you bitch bastard. That's not even fair, you dick. What the hell is going on with her head? I think she's focused on the arrow. When I move, her head just goes nuts. It's actually kind of funny. You're breaking my immersion. Those be some bright-ass lights. This spotlight is an asshole. Yes, he is. Very much so. I swear my kinesiology tape of taking it off is some kind of satanic sacrificial ritual. Oh my god, yes. I love KT tape, but Jesus. It's such a bitch to take off. Who needs skin? Apparently not the people who use KT tape. Nerds, that's who. Okay. What was the thing in here? I know this is the drama room, but what was the thing in here? I don't remember anything in here. Oh, by the way, I wanted to tell you guys. I don't know why, but I bet her pants are comfy. I mean, that's fair. I wanted to tell you guys this. So, last night... Well, okay, I gotta start over. Yesterday was kind of a rough day. And I don't necessarily mean anything like all that bad happened, but you know how, like... And I've said this before, how my shoulder can just kind of, like, pop out whenever it feels like, and you guys have heard me stretch like every once in a while, and I'll go like this or something like that, and all of a sudden you'll just hear a pop. That's my shoulder. So I woke up yesterday and I was having one of those days where the ligament was aggravated because the shoulder was out and everything else, and I got it back in. Not that big of a deal, because you just kind of raise it a little bit and it goes, and that's pretty much it. Just right back in. So, but my shoulder was hurting because the ligament was all fucking aggravated and shit. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get high tonight. I'm gonna take a couple hits of my Delta 9 and everything will be good. I made the grave mistake You ever make that sound again, I'll punch you in the face. Fair enough. I made the grave mistake, though, of taking a drag off it like one would a cigarette. And I was fucking zooted. And it got to the point where I couldn't, my eyes wouldn't stop squinting. And they wouldn't close. They would just stop. They just would squint. That's all they would do. And then I got the giggles. Right? And then I got even more giggly when I realized that I was amazed because I sat in my computer chair and I felt something really weird. And then I realized that thing that I felt that was really weird was the seat cushion. And then I went and got something to eat. Well, I had gotten something to eat previous, and then I got high. So I finished what I had eaten, but then I needed peanuts because I needed the salt. And I had peanuts, but then I got overly salted, and then I needed orange juice to counteract the salt from the peanuts, and then I passed the fuck out. That was my night. Do it again. The jack? Use? It was the wrong item. Okay, fair enough. Use? Okay, it's still the wrong item. Listen, it was... I can sit there and laugh at it. Okay? I absolutely can. And I figured you guys might enjoy it too. Yeah, we missed it. I get so fucking... My problem is I am such a lightweight when it comes to that stuff. Now I want peanuts and orange juice. Well, I didn't have the orange juice with the peanuts. I just sat there and ate salted peanuts and went, fuck, what do I have that will counteract all the salt I just had? I know, orange juice. So I went and got orange juice and drank all of it. I knew a girl that put peanuts in her soda. I've seen that before. And it actually does kind of work. It gives it like a nutty flavor. I didn't experience that until I got out to like... I want to say it was like West Texas. I want to say it was something like that. Like, I never seen or heard of or experienced that until I got out to, like, West Texas. And we stopped somewhere, and they asked me, they're like, okay, well, you know, what do you want to drink? And I said, well, I'll just take a Coke. And they go, okay, do you want peanuts in that? And I went, what? Huh? They're like, yeah, do you want peanuts in your Coke? And I'm like, well, what? She's like, oh, I'll tell you what. I'll bring you a small thing of peanuts, separate, and then try it. If you don't like it, I'll give you a free refill. I said, okay, cool. And I tried it, and I was like, this is... This is weird. Like, it wasn't terrible. It's not something I'd have constantly, but it wasn't terrible. Not by any means. Baffo, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? I was telling someone about it when I lived in Maine, and they looked at me like I was insane. Honestly, it's definitely not a New England thing. That's for sure. But then neither is calling every soda in the world a Coke, which is absolutely a Southern thing. I can't tell you how many places in the South, even from like Tennessee down, right? You go into a place and they're like, yeah, what do you want to drink with that? And you go, well, what do you have? They go, well, we got Coke. Right? We got Coke. And you're like, oh, okay, I'll grab a Coke. And then they give you a Pepsi. And you're like, I'm sorry, this isn't what I ordered. They go, well, what do you mean? You ordered a Coke. Yeah, but it's a Pepsi. Well, y'all Yankees are weird and like hot Dr. Pepper. Hot Dr. Pepper is so old, most people don't even know that that used to be a thing. Literally, I have never had a hot Dr. Pepper ever. Because it sounds disgusting. And it's like, it's not just you nuke Dr. Pepper in a coffee cup. Apparently, it's like you have to put it on the stove and let it warm up that way, and then you add in lemon. And it's, yeah, no, I'm good. Don't judge the nuts in our Coke. Don't judge the nuts in our Coke. Wow. That's a thing I never thought I'd hear. Nope, back in. Dr. Pepper with lemon is delicious, but hot, fuck that. Yeah. Yeah. Hang on. I can't believe you've never seen this. It's... Let me go... God damn it. Getting derailed. Hot Dr. Pepper. It's only 8 minutes. And it's Max Miller. We all like Max Miller.
Loves a warm beverage around the holidays. Cup of cocoa, mulled wine, hot Dr. Pepper. Yes, in the late 1960s, the holiday beverage of choice was hot Dr. Pepper. This time on Drinking History.
Number of derail. That's not a bad one at all,
Last week I
Aylin.
posted this vintage ad for hot Dr. Pepper, and the reaction was so positive and rather inquisitive that I just had to try it out for myself.
No.
Anyway, the original recipe is pretty basic, and I'll let Dick Clark explain it to you.
Oh.
Just heat Dr. Pepper in a saucepan till it steams, then pour over a thin slice of lemon. That's a hot idea. Yes, Dr. Pepper is delicious cold or hot.
Thanks, Dick. And I love this commercial because I feel like he's talking directly to me.
Right, Max? Hot idea.
Now, in subsequent decades, Dr. Pepper did give a few more directions, like the fact that it should be heated to 180 degrees Fahrenheit,
Jesus.
and that because of the carbonation, it might look like it's boiling, but it is not actually boiling. But really, that's it. So for this recipe, all you need...
My husband is obsessed with this man and Townsend's. Townsend's is really good too, but yeah, I like Max Miller.
...is some Dr. Pepper and a lemon. Just pour the Dr. Pepper into a saucepan,
No!
set it over medium heat, and bring it up to that 180 degrees Fahrenheit. Then cut the lemon, set a slice in a mug or cup, then ladle in some of that hot doc. That's what the kids are going to call it when this takes off, because I just know that it will.
No.
So yeah, here's our hot Dr. Pepper.
Oh, God.
Let's give it a taste.
No.
It is hot. It is flat as well. It's not bad. It tastes exactly like what it says. It tastes like hot Dr. Pepper. I looked online and a lot of people were like, oh, the lemon makes all the difference. No, it just tastes like Dr. Pepper, but flat and hot.
That's
I
awful.
like Dr. Pepper, so I don't mind this, but it's not necessarily what I would go for. Really, what it kind of reminds me of is like a sweet herbal tea. Like if you took sweet tea and heated it up, it'd be the same. Also, you can make this with Diet Dr. Pepper. They actually had Diet Dr. Pepper back in the 60s, and one of the original commercials says that you can use Diet Dr. Pepper. I kind of feel like this is the sort of drink that Dylan Hollis would make on his show. I don't know if you know Dylan Hollis, but he does a lot of kind of vintage recipes. I feel like this would be good for him. Dylan, if you're watching, make some hot Dr. Pepper. There
No,
isn't really a
don't.
great deal of history about this drink, but there is a little bit, so I will cover it. But I first wanted to remind you that the Tasting History Cookbook makes a wonderful last-minute holiday gift
For a really
the
shit mulled
tastorians
wine.
in your life.
Fair.
And it is filled with a lot of history and more fleshed-out recipes than the one for Hot Dr. Pepper. Also, I would love it if you leave a review of the book wherever you got it. It really, really helps out a lot. So thank you so much. And now some history of Hot Dr. Pepper.
Oh, God.
The story of Dr. Pepper starts at Morrison's Old Corner Drugstore in Waco, Texas in 1885.
It's a Texas thing. You lied.
But the man who came up with the drink was not in fact named Dr. Pepper, but rather it was a pharmacist who worked at the drugstore named Charles Alderton. And he served it to all the people coming in, and they would call it Waco. But his boss, Wade Morrison, well, he wanted to give it a proper name, so he named it after Dr. Charles Pepper from Virginia, not Texas, who was the father of a girl that he had once been in love with. Seems kind of weird. Also, the doctor originally had a period after it, Dr. Pepper, which is
Not really, Mongo.
correct, but in the 1950s, they dropped it.
The only acceptable way heat should be anywhere near Dr. Pepper is when drinking flaming Dr. Pepper. I agree.
And nobody knows why. Now, the drink may have started in the 1880s and became pretty popular in the Waco area, but it really took off in 1904 when it debuted at the St. Louis World's Fair. This was also the first time most people ever saw hot dogs and hamburgers on buns, and it's the first time that the ice cream cone was served en masse, so it's a great moment in food history. Now, Dr. Pepper was billed as the king of beverages and as a healthful tonic free of the caffeine that was in most.
What do you mean Yankees did it? Where? They literally said that took place in St. Louis. That's Missouri.
Hamburgers on buns.
It's
and
not
it's the
the
first time that
same
the ice cream
thing.
cone was served en masse, so it's a great moment in food history. Now, Dr. Pepper was billed as the king of beverages and
Up
as a
is
healthful
up. Oh,
tonic free
God.
of the caffeine that was in most other sodas of the day. Instead, it was the sugar that gave you that spark of energy. And in the 1930s, there was a research study done that said that most people have a lull in their energy around the hours of 10 a.m., 2 p.m., and 4 p.m.
Missouri
So-
is north as Wisconsin is west. Here, hang on. Missouri. Missouri is literally sitting on top of Arkansas. It's literally at the same height as Kansas. Like, also, I can tell you, St. Louis blows. Just saying. Yeah, it's the Midwest. Wasn't Missouri a Yankee state? I have no idea. I'd have to go back and look. Hang on. Let me see. Was Missouri a Yankee state? No! Missouri was not a Yankee state. So ha! It was not. But a border state that officially stayed in the Union. While it had significant internal divisions with both Union and Confederate sympathies, it did not secede and was therefore not a Yankee state in the same way that a northern state was. So, ha. It is not a Yankee state. There you have it.
Dr. Pepper capitalized on that and said, drink a bite to eat at 10, 2, and 4. That was actually something that my grandpa used to say every time us kids wanted a Dr. Pepper. Though we would never actually have Dr. Pepper because my grandparents wouldn't buy the name brand, so usually it was either Mr. Pibb or Dr. Thunder from
Yes.
Walmart.
Dr. Thunder. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Dr. Thunder brings back memories.
brand, so usually it was either Mr. Pibb or Dr.
That's the shit right there, Dr. Thunder.
Thunder from Walmart. There's also a drink called Dr. Foots, which is a soda from the Svinkel family brewers in the Netherlands. And I love that on their website, they treat it like it's a fine wine, saying it has a sweet nose of marzipan, cola, and cherries. And for pairing options, it suggests popcorn, chips.
Is that even a real thing? Oh yeah, Dr. Thunder is a real thing. You have like massive grocery store chains who will basically make like they'll make knockoffs of popular drinks so that people go, oh yeah, no, it tastes like Dr. Pepper, but they're only spending like $3 instead of like $8 for like a 12-pack.
And American-style fast food.
They've done it with Mountain Dew too, and I can't remember the Mountain Dew one.
While Dr. Foots isn't exactly related to Dr. Pepper, except for the fact that they both seem to have gone to soda medical school, the name Foots is a perfect segue into Hot Dr. Pepper because one of the great champions of this warm winter beverage was named Foots. Woodrow Wilson Clements got the nickname Foots in high school because he had oddly shaped toes. Seems a little cruel that they would give him a nickname based on something he was probably kind of sensitive about. I think it's kind of like Captain Hook. There's no way that Hook was actually his last name, but then he got a hook, and everybody called him Captain Hook. Not very nice. Anyway, Foots Clements didn't seem to mind the nickname, and so that's what he went by when he started working at the Dr. Pepper Company in 1942. And eventually, he would actually become CEO and chairman of the board. But in the late 60s, he was a sales executive when he realized that during the summer, the Friendly Pepper Upper had fantastic sales that then plummeted along with the temperature. And so the marketing department came up with this amazing idea.
I don't know how amazing this is.
Cold beverage was hot. Thus born was Hot Dr. Pepper. They pushed the stuff like crazy. Ads and television commercials were all over the place. One early commercial saying that
guests swing right into the holiday mood with distinctively different Hot Dr. Pepper. Today, the holiday favorite of the proud crowd.
Literally, other than this video, by the way, the only time I have ever seen, or the only other time I've ever seen Hot Dr. Pepper is in the Brendan Fraser movie Blast from the Past, where Christopher Walken's character, who's Brendan Fraser's father, is obsessed with Hot Dr. Pepper. That's literally the only other time I've seen it.
That Hot Dr. Pepper difference.
Not really sure what the proud crowd was, but sounds like a good crowd to be in. Anyway, they started selling the stuff at sporting events and even had restaurants selling it on their menu. They also hired Dick Clark to be the drink's spokesman. They even offered glasses specially designed for Hot Dr. Pepper, and for only $2.50 that you had to send in as a check or money order, you would receive 4 distinctive Hot Dr. Pepper cups.
You know what? I don't actually want to try Hot Dr. Pepper, but I do want those cups. I'll be honest. I drink regular Dr. Pepper out of those cups, 100%. It's still a Yankee thing because only y'all have snow. That's not true. You had snow a couple of years ago now.
And on that post that I posted last week, one viewer commented that in the 1970s, she used to work at the Rose Bowl parade, the Tournament of Roses parade, putting roses into all of the floats. And it was really, really cold in there. And so the Dr. Pepper float would give out Hot Dr. Pepper. They had like big canisters of Hot Dr. Pepper.
No, I'm not washing down my chocolate oyster smoothie with a Hot Dr. Pepper. That sounds awful.
Keep all the workers warm. I love that. But alas, as much as Dr. Pepper tried to make Hot Dr. Pepper a thing, the U.S. was like,
stop trying to make
Hot Dr. Pepper
happen. It's not going to happen.
It did make a
That's true, and it didn't happen.
Brief appearance in the classic Brendan Fraser film Blast from the Past from 1999 when Christopher Walken offered it up.
Hot Dr. Pepper, your favorite.
But again, that was supposed to be, as the title of the movie would suggest, in the past. And today, Hot Dr. Pepper is kind of a novelty in some parts of the South. I guess people drink it sometimes when they're not feeling well.
Whoa, hang on. Let's go back.
Is kind of a novelty in some parts of the South. I guess
it's a novelty in some parts of the South.
People drink it sometimes when they're not feeling well, but mostly it's not around anymore, except in my house. where I have some hot Dr. Pepper. And I made 4 cans of this stuff. You don't need to do that, but you should make it.
We
It's
don't
really,
claim.
really easy.
Listen, Max Miller said it. Ain't my fault. Ain't my problem.
And kind of cool, you know. It's hot Dr. Pepper.
Okay. This wouldn't be so bad if you just took Dr. Pepper and you shoved it in a fucking microwave for like a minute and made it hot. But what makes it so bad is the fact that it's flat. That's what makes it so fucking bad, is that it's flat. I don't like flat anything. He's a fucking Yankee. What does he know? He's a food historian.
Anyway, make sure to like, subscribe, check out the Tasting History Cookbook, and I'll see you next time on Drinking History.
Relax, refresh, enjoy it now.
Hot Dr. Pepper.
It's Dr. Pepper time.
What's a Yankee? Oh, God. I don't want to go into that. Oh. It's definitely a job made up by Yankees for Yankees. You want to know why? Hang on. I can show you why. I can absolutely show you why. Give me a second. What was it called? Oh, yeah. Let me find it. Okay. Found it.
All right, y'all.
Here we go. This is why. Because when you do cooking stuff on YouTube, and a lot of people do cooking stuff on YouTube, unfortunately, when you get to the southern part,
Y'all, we're fixing to dump these in here. Look at them go. Woo. Boy, they lively, ain't they? And we're going to soak them in this water a little while. Clean them out. Get a lot of that dirt and mud off of them. All right, y'all. This has been soaking about 20 minutes. I want to show y'all. Look at that water. That water. Look at it.
he's so interested about the water.
Ooh, yeah. Water's starting to boil up a little bit. First thing I'm gonna do is drop some of the seasoning in there.
That's not a measurement. That's just dropping a fuck ton of Old Bay in there. That's all he did. Like, oh yeah, we're just gonna drop a little bit of seasoning in there. It's the whole bag.
Liquid crab ball. Liquid is good. We're gonna add some of that in here. Get these potatoes are cooking. Your garlic, we got plenty of garlic. I like to throw the whole thing in there.
Measure with our
Squeeze in
hearts.
lemons in there.
Why didn't you just throw the lemon in?
Here. I like to cut them in half.
You
What
didn't
else we
even
got?
take off the skins.
My kids like these. I don't know why. We're gonna cut the stems off. Just drop them in there. Drop this in here. Probably put the green beans in there. Now, a lot of people dump them loose in there, but we're gonna just dump them just like this straight in the bag.
Oh, okay. I see what he's saying.
You get all this stuff in there, you don't even need the crawfish. No, you got to have crawfish, trust me. Well, yes, hot dogs.
Just
Kids love the hot dogs.
whole bag of wieners.
And I'll tell you what, this is the best hot dog water you ever want to drink. And we're gonna do something a little different today. Watch this, what I drop in here, y'all. Chicken eggs. Turkey necks. All right.
Oh yeah, no, he just put everything in there.
Drop the green beans and stuff in there. All right, y'all, it's been boiling for 5 minutes. What we're gonna do now, cut it off. We're gonna dump this frozen corn in here. And what we're trying to do is kill the ball. Make it quit boiling. See, the frozen corn just stopped it. But we ain't through yet. No, watch this. This is water balls. They're froze. ice. We're going to drop these in there.
Which, okay, by the way, this is actually a really good idea. Taking frozen water bottles and just throwing them in to help kill a boil. That, absolutely. Frozen corn on the cob, that makes sense too. That totally makes sense. Because he's already cooked everything, and it takes a grand total of like 3 minutes for corn to cook. Like corn on the cob to cook. So if you throw frozen corn on the cob in there, and the water's been boiling, makes complete sense. It'll be done in like 3 minutes. Which is nothing. That's easy. And that's actually not a terrible idea. Not at all.
See if we can cook them a little bit. And what that's going to do is going to just cool the water down. We're going to let them soak about 20 minutes and we're going to check them. But look at here. That should be a pineapple right there in our green beans.
Did he just say pineapple in a crawfish boil?
Look at that, y'all. Ooh. All right, y'all, we're fixing to dump these in here. Look at them go. Ooh.
See, I'm not a fan of crawfish. Now, if it was a lobster boil, easily, 100%, right? Crime against it. No. The reason why I'm showing this is because this is how most of the stuff, unfortunately, ends up being. And it's just, we're going to take a shitload of stuff and throw it in, but they don't actually tell you, like, what they're throwing in, which is kind of a problem. And that's, so, yeah, Max Miller, food historian. Lose my temper. Oh, Itzy.
Boy, they laugh.
See, I like this guy. I wish that, like, his shorts actually told us what he was dumping in. I really do. I really do like this guy. He actually does have, like, the long form videos. Hang on, where is it? Here we go.
That's a full pot there, y'all. And then I'm going to put them in this pot right.
Hang on 1 second. Where is it? I could have sworn he had the recipe attached to this at one point. I could have sworn he did. I've seen the recipe. I've absolutely seen this recipe for him. I just don't know where it is now. What recipe? No. So there is a way to actually do, like, a boil, right? So, like, even where I am, because I'm in, like, Western Florida. So Easy Block won't be missing anything anyway. What's an Easy Block? No, they're like, even here in Western Florida, right? There is a way, like, there is a way to do, like, an actual, like, crawfish boil. I'm not partial to crawfish. I really I don't care for them much, but they use a lot of Old Bay, and a lot of the time they'll do, like, a shrimp boil too, and that's fine. Southern Alabama and Missouri and Louisiana is quite a bit different than South in terms of Texas and Arizona and Southern Cali. Fair. And I've seen a lot of people do shrimp boils. And I know that there are a bunch of bars, at least around here, that do crawfish boils basically every Sunday. So they obviously know how to do it. But I've literally seen this guy's thing before. I've seen the recipe that this guy uses, and I don't know where it is. Which is a bummer. The cracker guy, I have no idea. Yeah, okay. With crawfish, pineapple, eggs. Here we go. Pig's feet, artichokes, sausage, hot dogs. Did he show? No, he didn't show the sausage. He just showed the hot dogs. I don't know what calm is. Garlic, lemons, and potatoes. And isn't it like, wasn't that whole thing like Old Bay? Like that bag? I've seen crab boils too. Yep. Crab boil, shrimp boil. I'm not the biggest fan of crawfish. That's what he said he dumped in. Bruce Mitchell from Swamp People makes big crawfish boil with everything. Crawfish, pineapple, eggs, pig's feet, artichoke, sausage, hot dogs, calm. I don't know what calm is. Garlic, lemons, and potatoes. Why the eggs? Because eggs usually have like a really good flavoring when you put them in. Corn? That could be corn, I guess. Yeah. Sure. It just looks like an M. This is going to be a hot take, but IMO people who like 90% of seafood only like the taste of butter. I'd have to agree with you to some extent, for sure. But if you have something like the difference between, say, like crab and lobster, there's a big difference. Or if you're looking at the difference between, say, like the taste of fried clams versus the taste of scallops, again, big difference. You know what I mean? Crab is much better than lobster. It depends on where you get the lobster. And this is something that I've talked with people about, because even down here in Florida, unless you're on the Atlantic side, and even when you're on the Atlantic side, especially when you're in like the South Atlantic, you don't even get the same kind of lobster, right? So you have like spiny lobsters out west, but you can only eat the tail. That's it. They like, if you go into a grocery store and they say, "Oh yeah, fresh lobster," it's literally only a lobster tail. You can't eat the claws. The claws are too small. There's almost nothing in there. You know what I mean? And it's a completely different taste. The spiny lobsters taste a lot more like fish than, say, something like Maine lobster, which is generally very, very sweet. Unless for whatever reason it's dead before you get it home, or you freeze it, which you don't want to do. You always want to cook those fresh. I gotta watch this. Oh God, what's this one? Step-by-step crawfish boil. Okay.
It's that time of the year, dude. I'm about to learn.
Oh, what the?
Crawfish season has begun. Look at that.
We're getting sidetracked again.
Beautiful Cajun crawfish.
See, I want to do a shrimp boil.
Where you at, Cat?
That's what I want to do, because I've seen shrimp boils before, and they have a lot of the same stuff in it. It's just the crawfish for me. But other than that, everything else looks really good.
Boom! Crawfish season is amongst us. Have no fear. Uncle Stale is here. I'm going to take you along step by step. I ain't leaving Nutskin out, dude. Hey, you want to win this pot? Brand new King Cooker pot. Let me sign that.
What?
Stay tuned to the end, dude. Got money. Crawfish season. I am your crawfish plug. Bah! I get thousands and thousands of comments. What pot do I need? What pot do I need? Right here, dude. If you ball a few times a year, this is all you need, dude. You ain't a commercial burler. That's all you need right here. They even make a little smaller one. You can even, that's for the northerners, where they could steam up north. Steam up north. Get rid of that. Step one.
Can I get one where you didn't beat it with a wrench?
Get your fuel from Bass Refuel, dude. And then crank the skank. We ain't got nothing but water in there right now. Let it rip. 2. I'm probably gonna get confused on the steps, so don't even worry about what step it is. The next step. Do not cut the freaking sack, dude. You can always go get you some pecans, put it in there, look, untie the freaking sack. You can do so much with a uncut sack. Now, purging crawfish is a myth. And I ain't talking about the crawfish in the movie 300, Persian crawfish is when you clean them. They did a study at LSU. You do not need salt. I used to do it myself. I'm a couillon, but I learned from...
He said it correctly, pecans. That's a good thing.
That ain't bad for February, baby. Look at that, boy. That's why you clean it right there. That's why you clean your crawfish. That's fish. Woo, woo. Put that in there like that. Look at that, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. I love to play with my crawfish. Look at that one, that's a beautiful one. Look at that right there. Oh, I love them, I love them, I love them, I love them. Woo! Keep washing them. We're getting that water up to that rolling ball, dude. We gotta add our seasoning on right now. People say, what you did? You just went white label something? No, couillon. I tasted 50 different seafood.
There's a huge pecan tree in my neighborhood, and I snag them when I go for walks. Pecans are amazing.
What I liked, I got what I didn't like. And
Maori, kia ora, buddy. How you doing? We got completely derailed.
Even a couillon could do that. I bet y'all didn't know Outdoor Edge made regular knives too, huh? Yeah, that'll cut your finger off. Get that in there. Look how pretty. Oh, I can smell that right now. That's it. The neighbors are coming over now. They heard the skank get cranked. We making the pot stink. I like this right here. 2 bottles of my cayenne. This is gonna be money, dude.
Jesus, bro.
Those 2 steps are not optional, but this is a gallon of jalapenos.
That is going to be some really hot shit. My God.
When you suck that head, you get that juice. It makes you want to suck them heads again. Let's get it. We're getting that to that.
Wouldn't be a shadow stream if we were completely derailed at least once. True.
Them carrots are for your eyesight. So I can see them haters. Get that in here. Right here. Got the lemon.
Okay, see, literally, all this stuff looks good. Okay, and Itzy, I swear I'm not being stupid here. Why are they just throwing the garlic with the skins in? Like, does it add extra flavor, or... Well, I mean, like, usually when you use garlic, you take it out of the skin. You ain't gonna eat it, why peel it? Why wouldn't you eat it? Because they get all soft and you squish them out. Oh, okay, fair enough.
You could squeeze them. You don't have to. You don't have to. You got the potatoes. You don't have to peel your onions. You don't have to peel the pulp, the garlic. Get it in there. Now, once you do that, you bring that back to that rolling ball and you check them potatoes. When the potatoes are al dente, drop the crawfish. Get that out of here. Check it out, dude. We got
Jesus,
them warm,
man.
We got them clean. Another mistake I see, and it's just a mistake, just learn from it. People think they get all that water out of there. They dump that in the pot, and they dump like 2 gallons of nasty, cold water. It kills the ball. We don't want to do that. Check out this grizzly. I like how this grizzly, you can at least put 3 fingers in there like that. So you can get all that water out. You lock it like that. You turn it like that. We'll get all that water out. I take that right
Same
there.
concept if you roasted a whole head of garlic in the oven.
Just like that. I'm going to let that sit for about 20 minutes.
Fair enough.
And there's going to be no water in there. So you don't want to pour a bunch of nasty water in your delicious soup you're making, dude. Let's get it. Ooh. While we're waiting for them old potatoes to get al dente, I still get people asking, what is the rougarou? The rougarou is the swamp monster. It's like the Loch Ness monster of the swamp, dude. Check him out. You know why he's mad? Because them Cajuns caught him and then neutered him. That's why he's mad, but that's a bad mamma jamma, just like the Rougarou hot sauce. Ooh, that'll get you burning, boy.
We have.
Today, you feel it tomorrow morning. When I'm pulled the old tater, dude, see what it looks like. When you can just slice like that, that's...
Boiling veggies kill the flavor that garlic isn't worth eating. No, I don't think so. I think with that much garlic, plus you've got the seasoning that he throws in there and stuff like that, you're not going for an authentic, like, roasted garlic experience or something like that. You know what I mean? You're going for, oh, if I pick up a piece of garlic, it's going to have the flavor of, say, like the sausages and the hot dogs and maybe a little hint of lemon plus all the seasoning and stuff like that. You're going to have all of that, and then, but it's going to be in a little piece of garlic that you eat.
Perfect. Get that in there. Get that out of there. Down go the crawfish. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'm going to tell you, when I start the timer, put them in there like that. Look at that right there. Get them in there. Ah, get them in there. No crawfish left behind.
You're going to break that cooler, sir. A bite of corn and smash that garlic. I could see that.
That's it. They all got. As soon as I see that water start to do that ball, I start my timer. I'm starting the time. 2 minutes.
I just realized that man has a spatula on the back end of a wrench.
1 minute in. Now, another step. When it comes to sides, sky is the limit. Today I'm going simple. Sausage, hot dogs. I know what you're thinking. Why hot dogs? That's for them little kids that don't know how to peel crawfish. Don't waste the crawfish. You're like, hey, weed hopper, come get that. Eat that. Eat that. Now get out of here. Save the crawfish for the adults. Get it in.
Legal Lemons as a kid, so maybe I'm not the best judge in taste. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. Because I'll eat lemons.
That's beautiful.
Sir, stop beating the pan. Or stop beating the lid, rather.
That's a rat cat. Check that out. Ooh. Look at that right there. You wanna run a beer with the old cracker, dude? You wanna shotgun a beer? I'll wait. Go to the ice box. We're about to hydrate. But while we're doing that, drop it in the old champignons and that frozen corn. This is the most critical part right here.
I can see that.
20 minutes minimum soak.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna start tasting, soaking, until they like I like. But I'm gonna tell you what, step by step, you might not win a Nobel Peace Prize with this, but you're gonna have a great crawfish pearl experience. You had to go ask your wife? You couillon. We're gonna run the E-Gale, because God bless America. Hacky sack, get out of here. You ready? You ready? On 3. While we wait, we hydrate. 1, 2, 3. The E-Gal. In about 20 minutes, dude, we pulled us a little batch out, a little taste batch. Watch my 7-Up don't go flying away. It's a windy day in the boot, dude. We're going to let them soak. As you can see,
this dude is an experience.
Water, dude. Little
I like him.
7-Up. Speaking of 7-Ups.
Okay, it's just gone.
April 5th, the Cajun Two-Step Fest is going down on the grounds right here in Kentwood. We got jambalaya cook-off, gumbo cook-off, crawfish cook-off, bands all day. It's gonna be straight money, dude. And then we're gonna crown the winner of that crawfish cook-off. Then we're gonna have the Super Bowl. That's gonna be in Broussard, where it's the first time in history.
You know what it is? This dude, when you first watch him, because this is the first time I've ever watched him, he's very brash. But he's one of those guys that'd be like, he'd walk up to you and be like, hey, what's up, dickhead? And you've never met him, but 5 minutes later, he's your best friend. That's the kind of vibes I get from him.
Crown the Crawfish King. It's gonna be straight money, dude. Speaking of money, though, let's give one a little rip. Come right out that shell. Sausage, boom. Life is good.
Sir, please stop beating it.
As you can tell, dude, we've been tasting. Look at that right there. We're making a mess.
So he took 7-Up and mixed it with whiskey in the mason jar. That's all he did.
The pot stinks. Time to chock it, dude. Look at it. See how they done soaked down? Look at the seasoning on the top. Look at the seasoning on my wiener. Watch yourself, you meat gazer. Up! And we're going to chock it. Just like that. Let that drain. And while we wait, we hydrate. We about to start slamming these crawfish, but I got to get a big thanks out to A-Game. Down there at the Super Bowl in New Orleans, they showed up and they showed out, dude. They gave free A-Game to all the first responders, and you know that's important. Thank you, A-Game. Straight money, dude. So glad you're the official sponsor of the Cajun Two-Step Stale Cracker Show.
The Cajun Two-Step Stale Cracker Show.
Better.
Okay.
Then cold beer and crawfish, and we about to slam them, dude. Let me give one a little run. See how the peelability is. Straight out the shell. Into the P-roll.
Yeah, that's a gator.
Ooh. Spices. You want to learn how to eat a crawfish? Get your tongue like that. You grab all the little legs, you twist. Get your teeth on the little meat and your lips. That's how simple it is. Yeah, you gotta suck the heads, dude. Sausage, bon. Let's start eating. Money.
Oh, I guarantee he did.
I'm about to learn you how to win that pot right there, that old King Cooker.
Okay.
Tag King Cooker, tag Stale Cracker, follow both of us, and tag one friend. How simple is that? Money dip, that old corn, dude. Look at that right there. My favorite part. Watch this. Where you at, Blaze? Give me an old cracker. Cracker. 3 crawfish. Money dip, I'm telling you. This will change your life right here. Sausage bon, lights out, that's money. Thank you for joining us. I hope I learned you a little bit how to barrel a crawfish. Just slam crawfish all day long. The juices is loosest.
I love this guy.
You might want to stop filming and come eat, because I'm going to eat them all. Money. So I get a lot of requests how to peel crawfish. I don't peel them. First of all, get you copious amounts of alcohol in you.
Okay.
I'm here to eat multiple pounds.
Wait, he's drinking Natty Light. Oh my God. Okay. Wow. I haven't thought of Natty Light since college.
Play around. I'm not here to peel them. This is what I do. I'm going to show you one in slow-mo. Grab it. I try to get all the little legs like that. I turn it. That's it. Suck the head. Show you one more time. Slow-mo. All the little legs. Twist. Grab the meat with your little lips. Push with your thumb. Now, does it help that somebody knew how to boil crawfish? Yeah, it did. Here we go. I'm sitting down, enjoying my friends and my family, and I'm about to eat crawfish. This is what it looks like.
We're just watching him eat crawfish.
So let me switch them hands.
It's just... It just, that's it. Okay. Okay, hang on. First off, we gotta do a thing. I'm subscribing. I'm liking the video. Tonight took a weird turn. Every night takes a weird turn. Cracklinzo.
My #1 requested video 2023 is them old cracklings, gratons, chicharrone, poke skins, whatever you want to call them. So what we about to do, Pecker? Let's get it, dude. I usually like to wait till it gets a little cooler outside. I do my cracklings, but I'm running low on my old Lord right there. I get 2 or 3 gallons after I cook all them cracklings. I use that. Come look at here. I clean all my black iron with that. I clean the pot and I take that and that keeps it from rusting.
That's a big ass pot too.
Rendered down fat, dude. Boom. I like to use that old back fat with the skin for my cracklings, dude. I like to cut them in like 1-inch squares, like that. I guess that's an inch. Then I come like this and I cut them like that.
Cracklings are good. You'll see.
Off right now. We're gonna get them all in there, and then we're gonna cook low and slow. Now this right here takes 6 to 8 hours to cook. What happens is the slower you render down
yeah.
the more tender them cracklings are gonna be. You don't want to look like a speckled trout tomorrow after eating that old hard cracklings. Well, I gotta go to the dentist. Get that in there. We got 100 pounds of cracklings to cut up, dude. We're about to shut up and cut up. Boom. Get that in there. Y'all know I'm gonna hit you with my grandpa's favorite joke. How you make fat look good, dude? Hey, put a nipple on it or make some cracklings, dude. I found when you cut fat
Jesus, dude.
Slices a lot better. Boom, boom, boom. Make sure you got a sharp knife, couillon. I take it like that. I stack that fat, dude. Boom. Like that. Shook. Shook.
That is a sharp-ass knife.
Saying, why didn't you use the belly fat with the meat? A, this makes a better like poke skin. I'm gonna repop that. 2, it's $1.29. That belly fat's made for bacon. Probably $6.99 a pound. Do the math on that.
He's got a point.
100 pounds.
He's got and it's I think it's even more now depending on where you go. You can spend like $12 on 1 pound of bacon. Like, it's crazy. So yeah, $2-3 for all this makes a lot more sense.
Get that like that. Boom. Let's keep slicing and dicing. Be quiet, you. We just lit the pot, dude. 100 pounds of that old back fat with skin. We're gonna bring you back every hour, dude. Low, slow, rendering down that fat, dude.
Yep.
Every hour. The first 3 hours, really boring. Then it really picks up, dude. 6 to 8 hours, and we're gonna have some old gratons, chicharrones, poke skins, whatever you wanna call it, dude. Ooh. So once I got that fire set, I won't touch it again for 6 hours, and that temperature slowly rises. Yeah, we could cheat and throw a bunch of Earl up in there and fry it, but what we doing is rendering that fat down and we frying it in its own fat, dude. Very important. The first hour got to continue to stir, dude. Come look in the pot, dude. Check that out. Shake that head, bitchy, let me see what you got. Nothing like playing with fat all day, dude.
Yeah, Earl. Yep.
You don't want to burn nothing right now. Look at that. Look at it. Starting to render now. We're about to make a pot of fat, dude. Check that out.
Just call me when they're done and salted.
Wait for about 20 minutes in. Breaking a sweat.
See, I'm going to be honest. I would love to do YouTube videos like this. I really, if I had the setup, I'd absolutely do stuff like this. 100%.
1 hour in, dude. Look at that. There ain't nothing going on in here, bro. Looking kind of dull. But we all rendering it down. Let me see if I can show you the bottom. Let's get deep. Let's get deep. Look at the grease. It's coming. One more time. Look at it down there. We rendering it down low and slow. 1 hour in.
You should.
About it, it gets easy. stir as we go.
My mom loves these. I'm her spoiled rotten kid who would not eat soul food at all. Oh boy.
In the next video, I saved him. He got a potty mouth though, and he is a stale cracker hater, like 80% of y'all watching right now.
What?
The fat dude. Ooh.
Can't expect to just start off rip with a professional set. No. It's not even a professional setup. It's that I don't have the stuff that's even required for this, right? So, for instance, and I'm not talking his setup specifically, but you need a camera that isn't attached to a computer on the other end. I don't have that, right? That's what I'm talking about. He's probably like, hey, good on him. You know what I mean? He's probably got like a DSLR, something like that, something small, but it takes like, the SD cards and so on, right? And there you go. You mean a phone? No, not a phone. Because here's the thing. A lot of the time, you'll notice that he's not the guy holding the camera, right? If this was something where a streamer was holding a phone, they'd usually have like a Rhodes mic or something like a lav mic, like a wireless one attached to them so that you don't hear everything else going on. So this guy is using a camera, right? I don't think he's using a phone. I really don't.
Temperature gets up slower and slower and slower. We're running about 200 right now. Get that out of here. But check the fat that done rendered down. What you think about that, Tekka? Oh, let's go cook a steak. We're gonna cook some steaks, but look the fat. Look the juice down there. Look at that. Rendering it down, low and slow.
Maybe, Aylin.
2 hours in, nothing special going on. Oh. We'll bring it back, our tree. Ooh. Shorty boy, you know them cracklings take 6 to 8 hours. Let's go cook some ribeyes while we wait, dude. And we gonna hydrate. We 3 hours in, we sitting at 210. We're gonna have some good old cracker and I got the old gray heroin. Money, dude, check this out. Let's give it a little stir, dude. Get that out of here, get that out of here. We're having fun now. Stuff is coming along. You see that phone? I think we're gonna have it done in 6 hours. Maybe not. Look at that right there, dude. Look at that. Oh, boy. You've been running your mouth and not stirring. Boy, be mad, yeah. But look at the grease, dude.
He's making a snack out of pork skin, cooking it slowly so the fat melts off and provides oil so the skins will fry and become crispy. He has a really heavy Louisiana accent, but I've heard heavier accents than even I can't understand. Yeah.
Look at that. Look the Lord. We're frying fat and fat. But look, this is cholesterol free. These hogs, I raised them, all they ate was salad. So this is cholesterol free right here, dude. Good for your health.
The cholesterol free because I only fed the hogs salad.
One more stir. Let that fat drip. Look at that. Oh. 4 hours in, dude. Still running. Look at that. By 210. Come check that out, dude. We're getting some blisters on them gratons, dude. You see it right there? Check that out. Oh, yeah. Now we frying fat. We got a little foam to the top. Come look at this, dude. That's what I'm going to show you. Look right here. Getting a little blisters.
No trans fats. They all right there. Yep.
Oh, yeah. We money, dude. We 4 hours in. What you think about that there, Pekka? We need to hydrate. I do. While we wait, we hydrate. So I said, boy, dude. Want a little
Second, I thought he was going to touch the thing.
But get out of there. Ain't gonna burn your little beaker, dude. Check this out. 5 hours in. It's starting to look like crackling, dude. Look the blisters. Look, you can touch that. It's still soft because we're gonna refry that, dude. The temperature's slowly growing. I think we got 2 more hours left before we pop that, dude. But come here, kid. Hold on, Pekka. Go back.
That is such a big ass pot.
Look at the blisters. You see them? You see them starting to form? You see the foam on the top? It's starting to get done, dude. Got another 2 hours.
Spoiled.
That's money right there. Fat. We cut the fire off, dude. We 7 hours in. Look what this looks
Does channel have subtitles?
They're already telling me what to do. Check that out. We're going to put them down. No seasoning on yet. Let them cool down. We're going to clean that grease. And then we're going to get that thing up to 415 degrees and pop them suckers. Really pop them. Look at that right there. Oh, yeah.
I don't even get transcoding. Like, I'm fucking nobody on Twitch. I don't even get transcoding, let alone anything else.
Oh, we got the gratons, we got the crackling, we got the pork skin. Look at that.
We got the pool, okay.
And then people say, why you cook so much? You know you could freeze that, vacuum seal that, freeze that, and then you take that out that freezer and let that warm up on the table, and you take that to the hunting stand, dude, and then you eat the crackling. Oh, shit. Look at that. They already cracker popping. No seasoning. Don't season them yet. I'm about to show you.
I thought you meant on the stream. I'm like, why would Twitch care?
Now we're gonna get that.
Why would they care about me?
Look how pretty that is. Save that. That's what we're gonna refry them cracklings in. It might take us a little while. I don't care. We got nothing to do. But we're gonna do it the right way. All the bad is on the bottom. All that old fat. All that old meat that done cooked off is sitting on that bottom. We're gonna clean that up, put this good grease back, and then we're gonna pop them cracklings. They're gonna puff up, dude, it's gonna be amazing. Clean that grease. Skim that top. I'm gonna show you. Check this out, we're cleaning that grease. Oh, I bet that grease is nasty. Look how pretty that is. Look how pretty that overall grease is. You talk about fry some fish in that, dude? Check that out. Beautiful.
I've heard it called liquid gold before, but a lot of the liquid gold stuff is like if you're smoking a brisket, right? And you melt the fat like he did with it. That's they consider that liquid gold too. So yeah.
We're gonna strain that. Cool.
But you got to strain it and all that good stuff, so that it's like really clear.
Got all that gras-do out of there, dude. Dump that Earl back in there. Cool. Nothing but clean grease we made from that fat, dude. Check that out. Oh yeah, dude. We about to pop that. Woo! We got that clean Earl in there. What that grease we going at? Huh? About 450.
I can't with his Earl, right?
Crank it up, dude. How does it go? We gotta get that hot, then we're gonna pop that coochie. Hey, pop that coochie, baby.
I'm already hungry. Why bring up the brisket? Now I'm even hungry.
Back in the old days, Papa used to throw a match in there, and if the match lit before 15 seconds, he knew the grease was hot enough. It was good. Boom, there it is. The grease is hot enough, dude.
Jesus, bro.
Get my thermometer off. Let's pop them old cracklings, dude. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're gonna make a mess on us. A lot of cracklings. Here they go. Straight in there. It's the sudden temperature change. That's what matters. Get in here. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Give them a second. Give them a second, dude. Oh, yeah, we're going straight to that table right there. Let them get hot. Now it takes about a minute, 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, dude. There we go. Look at them. They're glistering. They're coming back to the top. Oh, yeah. Let them get it. Check that out. Check that out. Look at that. See that? How they blow. Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
Gina coming in with a raid.
Keep your stir on. Popping them cracklings. That's what it's called, dude. And making them soft. Making them crunchy. Well, you don't break your teeth. You ain't gonna look like a speckled trout. You know what I'm talking about, a speckled trout. You tried to catch one in your day. Oh, yeah, dude. Cut that fire off.
Also, hang on. I really like the shirt that he has on. It says, "I violate community guidelines."
Cut that fire off. Now we're gonna lay them out, dude.
How you doing, Gina? How's Fallout treating you?
We have cracklings, dude. Here we go, here we go. And that right here. Lay them out. Now the best thing to do as soon as you get them out is to season them, dude. Cause that old grease sits on there, and that's when it's gonna stick.
That's true.
I don't think you can over season crackling. Hit it with the two-step fire, dude. Check that out, check that out. Check that out. Look at that, dude. Straight money, dude. Listen to her. Snap, crackle, and pop.
Yeah, so what he did, what he did is he rendered all the fat off of the pork skins, and then he probably strained a lot of the liquid fat and everything, and then he cleaned out the pot of all the stuff that like set on the bottom, and then he threw all the clean oil and everything, the rendered down fat, he threw that back in the pot, set it on high heat, and then threw these in again so that they'd actually like start to pop and crackle and all that good stuff. So before, he was only just slow cooking to render down the fat.
Wet's on, dude. Oh, I hear him though. Listen, listen. Wonder where they got their name from. Probably some drunk Julian said, "Oh, I'm gonna call that crackling." Get on with the two-step fire, dude. Check that out. All over. Listen to that. Listen. It's called crackling. It's called crackling. It's called crackling. Season that, stir that. Listen, this is how crunchy they are. Listen. Oh yeah, your cracklings ain't crunchy. Boo, mighty quack. Oh, get that on there. Look at that. Oh, listen, 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 listen. Got that to about 425 to give it a little run, dude. Give it a little help, bean. Get it in there. Oh, yeah. I hit it on fire. Oh, yeah. These are going to pop nicely. Oh, get them in there. Look at that. Oh.
That's so much. That's so much cracklings.
Oh, yeah. They go to school bus. Them kids out of school.
I want to take one right off the paper and have to do the with your... Yep. Fair.
Listen, I'm gonna let y'all listen. Get them things up there, dude. That's a wrap, dude. Check that out right here.
Burn the shit out of your mouth. True, Itzy.
Snap, crackle, pop. You know you want them garage horns. Them chicharrones. That's what Mr. T calls them. Chicharrones. I call them pork skins. Listen, oh, the temperature's changing. Listen to them. Oh, get them out of there. Sure. Like that. Hit them with that season long. Two-step fire. And that's a wrap, dude. We're gonna get the rest off. Check that. Look how pretty that is. Long Ranger.
Where'd the Long Ranger come from? What?
You know we gotta give him a little run, dude. This is the texture right here. Look at that. Boom. If they don't smash like that, dude, they ain't right. Look. That's a crackling, dude. That won't break, look at that. Won't break your teeth. That's money, dude.
I love how his videos just end. There's no like, hey, thanks for watching, or you know, no. Fuck that. He ain't got time. He's just like, fuck it. We're done. He's like, that's it. End of the video. I love it. Well, I mean, not that he needs the help, clearly, but because he's got like almost 1.4 million subscribers. But yeah, go subscribe to him because he's awesome. He made his point. Yeah, that's what I kind of like about him, is he just like, listen, I made my point, I'm out. And he just, that's it. There's no like goodbye, there's no see you later, there's no thanks for watching, there's no like, please consider subscribing, nothing of that. It's just video is done. It's over. And I love that. I'm not even making a joke out of it or anything like that. I legitimately love it. And the reason why is because I guarantee I could probably pull up like 100 different videos that at the end they're like, okay, well, you know, I mean, if you reach this far and it means you like all the, you know what I mean? Like, please, please consider giving this video a like and subscribing and like all, and hey, like 80% of you, or, 50% of you guys aren't even subscribed. Why don't you consider subscribing and make sure to put the notification bell and all this other crap? He just like, I'm done. Video's over. I made Cracklins. We're good. Ship it. I love that. I absolutely love that. I'm even going to do all. I'm getting all of his notifications now. I think that's amazing. But you're absolutely right, Itzy. He does look incredibly different without the beard. And those of you who are a real one, you will sub and like without question. Yeah, the dude's awesome. He is. Yeah. Hell yeah. I like him. I do. He's just out there. That's what you call trusting the process. Yes, I agree. I absolutely agree. Just, hey, listen, done. I made my point. I did my shit. And that was it. And he's just like, okay, video's over. And I like it. I actually really appreciate that. Okay, let's at least try. Let's at least try to get through this. Oh, he's absolutely legit. 100%. Oh, shit. Oh. No, I gotta go back in. Now I go. No, 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 no. Shit. How about now? Oh. Okay, we're good. We're all gonna swear he crashed. Oh, that's right, I don't have a map. Shit. I think asking viewers to sub must work too. I mean, it depends on who it is, I would think. I would think. Also, how you doing, Touch? How are things, buddy? Oh, shit. No, go back under. Us geriatrics need constant reminding. I'm not doing too bad. Not too bad. Why are the spotlights looking for you? Because there's a guy with a spotlight for a head. And he's a bad guy. That's about all I got. I wish I had something more substantial for you, but I really don't. Oh, what do we got? Note between students, did you see Raul and Chrissy are hanging out together now? Isn't that because they're both leads in the play? Well, I see them giggling together and passing notes in class. Feels like more than just friends. Haha, way to go, weird girl. He must be one of the most popular guys at school. There you go. Good for Chrissy. Oh, what do we got? Is it me, or has practicing for this new play been really intense? No, we've all been feeling the stress. The drama teacher has been micromanaging everything. I can't wait until this play is over. Okay. If I ever stream, I'm going to remind you to turn off the stove and lock the door. Okay, what? I don't know what they want me to do here. I mean, something other than that, I would assume. Can I hit both? No. It's either one or the other. Shit. Hang on, I need that walkthrough again. Give me a second. Fear the Spotlight walkthrough. Here we go. Let's see. See a sewer entrance with a weird lid on. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we did that. Okay. The key. Got that. Notes in the room, some extra lore, and then walk about. The TV and VHS player, also known as a VCR. Be able to find some TV cables. Yeah, you'll need to find some TV cables to connect them. You'll also need a VHS tape to play. With some blood on a couple of keys, but you can't do anything with it yet. Okay, well, we got the jack. We went into the bathroom. We got the note, and we got part of the mask. You're done with West Hallway for now. You know, the spotlight shining down. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. I know what's going on. Can't do anything with this area anymore because there's nothing to do with this area just yet anymore. I got lucky. Keep thinking he sees you? Yeah, when the light goes crazy like that, I agree. spoiled. I hope that tomorrow actually isn't as dumb as it's made out to be for you. I really hope so. I hope it's just fun. You know what I mean? But go get some sleep. Good luck tomorrow. Dumb conference presentation, yeah. Go get some sleep. Good luck tomorrow. Always love and appreciate you being here, and we will see you tomorrow night. It will be, and I'll get paid dumb or not. Totally fair, by the way. Especially if it's gonna be dumb. You should totally get paid. I'm gonna try and make it. There we go. That'll work. Okay. Go over here, use the jack. I gotta lift this up first, so it says I can't lift it. Yeah. Kiss Spec. No, I'm not kissing Spec goodnight. You can kiss him goodnight. Okay, so I guess this is up first. Digital media. Makes sense. There's two computers. Message on the screen says, please insert disk to save file. Oh. I'm gonna need a disk. A poster! Transparency printers are now available for use. You can print out transparencies used for overhead projectors. Use the designated computers for printing when you have a file ready. Okay. Printer for projector sheets. If I print a document, I can pick it up here. Fair. Diary page. I can't stop thinking about the letter I got before Raul went missing. I tried to tell my parents about it, but the note is gone. I couldn't find it. They don't believe me. I'm too scared to go to anyone else. I need to do what I can to find Raul. Okay. Stack of missing posters. Missing. Raul Russo. Last seen at Sunnyside High on March 1st. Okay. What does this say? Printer is ready. Please insert disk with data to print file. So I need a disk. Use the computers on this table to print documents. Okay. So I'm assuming I have to go into whatever the other room is. What are you? Literature class. Okay. Oh no. I kind of feel like we don't have enough to figure out what I'm supposed to do here. Note between students. Dude, people have been freaking out since Raul went missing. Yeah, Chrissy's been in the media room printing all those posters. It's so sad. Do you think she could have done something? No way, she's too depressed. Maybe he ran away to get away from her, haha. So much gossiping, a kid goes missing and they're joking about it. So cruel. That's true. Oh! Speaking of kind of interesting stuff. So, a while ago, And I was kind of waiting for it to go on sale, but I think it's about as low as it'll go at this point. Why is she... Okay, I gotta... There we go. A while ago, I was asked if I was ever going to play Subnautica. And I found out a thing about Subnautica today that actually made me really want to play it. I just thought it was cool because... not necessarily because, you know, certain things are not in Subnautica, but because somebody kind of actually had the balls to do it, and the publisher okayed it, which I think is great. So, apparently, there were a couple of people that, while they were in the early stages of development, the Sandy Hook shooting happened, right? And they didn't want to just turn everything into a survival thing where you shoot everything with guns, especially considering Sandy Hook literally just happened, and they deemed that it would be in really, really poor taste, and one of the developers got actually, like, really upset over the whole thing. So he went to everybody and said, well, why don't we make a game where you don't use guns? And then they went to the publisher, and the publisher was like, no, actually, that's a really cool idea. And Subnautica probably has to be one of the more popular games that's come out in the last, like, 6 or 7 years. I was like, that's actually pretty cool. Can I put a transparent sheet on this projector? Oh, okay. Well, I know... Okay. Why is there a thing on the board, though? Student delinquency slip. Student name, Raul Rousseau. Reason for delinquency, unexcused absences. Notes. Have not been able to make contact with student. Yeah, because he disappeared. Duh. Okay, that's the box I don't have any clue about. Nothing here. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, there's no way. I'm gonna need more info before I even try that. Okay, blood. That's not good. Ow, balls. Oh, he's not even going away. Ooh. Okay. I don't even know what I just walked into, so we're just going with it. School announcement. All students must return home if you are not involved in an after-school activity. For your safety, please follow these rules. Do not talk to strangers. Walk together in groups. If a stranger approaches you, just say no. Right. There's the bird. Okay. Biology book. For our next project, we will be discussing a lovebird. Lovebirds are known for choosing one mate for life. If we break their heart, will they be able to move on and find a new mate? Small dissected bird. The organs look pristine. I don't want to do anything to the bird. I mean, I know it's already dead, but that's... Ew. Okay, wait a minute, wait. Hang on. I think I'm probably going to have to remember this moon. I think. Jesus. Cage was damaged in the fall. There's something wrapped around the mannequin's wrists. I can bend the bars with the right tool to grab it. I'm assuming pliers? Yep. TV cables. Okay. So we got the TV cables. So that's one thing. Another inhaler. Okay. Okay, AV. Nothing over here. Nope, nothing here. Diary page. Without Raul, I feel so broken. Why am I still in the play? I only auditioned because I wanted him to notice me, and now he's gone. There's no point in doing the show anymore. I'm telling Mr. Crane today that I quit. Oof. There's a VHS. Okay, so we have everything for the VCR, which is back in the music area. What was that? I didn't like that. The door's locked. You bastards. You pick up the strange key. Okay, well, now I know what the... Hello? Oh! Yo! Okay. Oh. Okay. Hey, buddy. Hey there, buddy. We're just... Don't worry about me. Everything's fine. We're just, you know... Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go now. Gonna be honest, I didn't like that. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, fuck that noise. I just be running. Okay. So digital media is there. I can't do anything with digital media yet anyway. So now I gotta go back through here, do the hiding stuff again. Nope, I'm not taking that chance. Wait, are there... Oh, God. Okay. Now I go over here. Because we got the safe. Strange keyhole. There we go. That's an Allen wrench, but okay. Oh, good. There's a placard with a name on it. It's too old and faded to read. Okay. I can't read that one. Huh. Pick up the blank floppy disk. Okay. Oh, not the whisper people. I don't like the whisper people. Okay. So I got everything that I need from here, I think. Could be wrong, but I think. No, I saw it. I saw the thing. I call them the whisper people because the whispers only show up when they're around. Okay. Okay. Now, over here, down here. Now, for those of you who don't know, these are called RCA cables. This is what old people used to use to hook things up. None of this HDMI stuff. Okay. No, I'm too high. Hang on. I'm 33 and I know how to do that. So are you calling me? No, I'm not calling you old. I'm calling me old. There we go. Okay. Diary page. I tried telling Mr. Crane that I quit, but he wouldn't accept it. He said I couldn't quit the show and that it was my time to shine. It sounded like a letter I got. I have a feeling he knows something about Raoul's disappearance. Oh boy. I mean, I didn't have a VHS. I have a DVD. Yeah. What do you mean, uh-huh? Hello? I'm throwing myself under the bus, not anyone else. Like, okay, Aelin, think about it this way. Do you realize that there are a whole... There are at least 2 to 3 generations now that don't even know what component is for hookups? I did have the yellow, red, and white cables, but I didn't know the name. Yeah, they could be different in different parts of the world, but at least here in the States, they were called RCA cables. And yellow was the video, and red and white were the left and right audio channels. Do you realize that they don't know why the save logo is a floppy disk? Oh, yeah. Yeah, kind of sad, isn't it? Thought they were AV cables? They're audio-visual cables, yes, but they've always just been called RCA. Hang on one second. Yeah, it's an RCA connector. This is right from Wikipedia. So it's RCA because it refers to the name of the Radio Corporation of America, which introduced the design in the 1930s. I feel so weird when I hear people call the pound sign the hashtag. Yup. Honestly, the only time I ever use hashtag is when I'm specifically talking about when people are trying to use it as a hashtag. Other than that, like, it's the funniest thing. There was somebody who used to live near me, who was like, I want to say he was like maybe 13 or 14, something like that. And he was having trouble because he had to call customer service for something for his dad. I can't remember what it was. He had no idea what the pound sign was. So when, like, the telephone tree was telling him to hit the pound sign, he had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. Yeah. That's the sign. Yep. And I've said this before on stream, I can't tell you how absolutely pissed I am that there are, at this point, probably about 4 generations, if not more, of people who don't know what Yub-Nub is, and also don't know that there was a time before you had the bar scene in Return of the Jedi where you have that woman alien singing. Or that there was a time before skinny Jabba the Hutt in A New Hope. That's the stuff that angers me. Like, really angers me. I don't know why either. It's not like it's that big of a deal, but like, I don't know. The Yub-Nub one really pisses me off. The Yub-Nub one pisses me off. The skinny blue Jabba pisses me off. Like, I remember going to the theaters, seeing those when those were considered Star Wars the special editions. And I went back and watched, after I did my 4th run through of the sequel trilogy, which is still shit. I went back and I watched what they're calling the original trilogy. And I'm gonna be honest, some of that CGI doesn't hold up very well. It really doesn't hold up very well. Like, some of it's really, really good, but other parts of it, you're just like, oof, I can see that from a mile away. What the hell? Like, specifically in bright areas, like most of the space battle stuff, right? Most of the space battle stuff is still okay. But in, like, Empire Strikes Back, right? You know how if you look at when they're in Cloud City, you can see, like, the vista in the background? Because that was never a thing originally. That was all closed off hallways. But they went back in with the special edition, and they made those vistas where you can see outside. The problem is that now you can clearly see people like Leia and Chewie and 3PO and Lando, and they're basically just kind of rotoscoped in. Because they got this, like, massive black line around them. Or, like, even the Millennium Falcon in Cloud City. Right? When they're all running to the Millennium Falcon and they're trying to get off Cloud City, you can clearly see the Millennium Falcon. They just lifted it. They digitally lifted it off the original, and then they just right down onto the new stuff. Because there's just this massive black line around the Millennium Falcon. And it's like, oof, okay, well... that didn't go particularly well, did it? I wanna say... well, that stabbed through the heart, so that doesn't do me any good. I don't know where these two would go, but maybe we'll find out. I have no clue. Okay, that's... There we go. Okay. Message on the screen, please insert disk to save file. Right. Here, use. Document is being saved to disk, please wait. Oh god, that sound brings back memories. Okay, took the floppy disk. Oh god, this is like Alien Isolation all over again. Good prep. Define good. You'll see what I mean, Aelin. You'll totally see what I mean. Because it goes off the rails at certain points. Please retrieve from printer. Crap. Oh no, I mean the AI. The AI for the Xenomorph is insane. Okay, I got the projector sheet. That's good. Which way is he going? Oh. Okay. Yeah, projector sheet. Oops. Okay. I think I've got something here. Love blooms in bright light. My cage hides in the deep dark. Curtain rises at dusk. Betrayal came before the show's start. Read that again. Love blooms in bright light. My cage hides in deep dark. Curtain rises at dusk. Okay. So, here, love blooms in bright light. Cage hides in deep dark. Betrayal happens at dusk. Maybe they're considering that dusk? No. Bright light, deep dark. What did that say? Hang on. Curtain rises at dusk. Betrayal came before the show's start. Oh, okay, so sunset, maybe? Or before sunset? There we go. Diary page. Opening night will be my chance to find out if Mr. Crane is hiding something. While he's busy, I'll take his bag and see if I can find anything about Raoul. I hope I'm wrong about everything. Okay. Now what? Was there anything... I don't remember if there was anything down all the way. No, because that was the storage area, if I remember correctly, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the storage area. So, I think I'm done with this area. Okay. But the question is, well, hang on. Where do I put the mask now? Did all that stuff, did all that stuff. Did all that. did that. Oh, shit. Really? Okay. Wow, I never would have pieced that together. This, believe it or not, turns the sprinklers on. I never would have put that together. Okay, so, hang on. What is this stuff? More of those red envelopes I've been seeing around. Stack of blank paper, premium texture has a soft grain. Photo album is completely empty. Some diagrams for stage play. There's an ornate chandelier hanging over the stage in positions for all the actors. Old disposable camera with no pictures remaining. Stack of blank VHS tapes. So, Zone 2. Video of the theater entrance. Yeah. Utility tunnels map with notes written all over it. Usual hangout spot. Enters at 8. Uses bathroom in electives hallway. Jesus. Someone's a little obsessive. Okay, what does this say? Industrial sprinkler pump. Water conduit failure detected. Zone 2 is off. Zone 1 is off. 3 is off. 4 is off. Okay. So I guess I'm going over here. There's a missing pipe that needs to be replaced. I don't have the pipe. Fuck. Okay, well, I guess I'm going in here to look for the pipe. How terrible could this go? Needs a gate key, which I also don't have. It's collapsed and totally blocked. Looks like the bars were sawed off at some point. Okay. There's a hole in the wall here. It looks like someone dug it out from this side. I can crawl through. Oh, good. Okay, this is dressing room. A burned letter in rose. My star tonight is our night. All the pain will have been worth it. Wait. Is the drama teacher, like... Ew. A diary. I did it. I went through Mr. Crane's bag. There was a small key and some photos. All of me. I feel sick. Oh no. One of the photos was taken from where the mirror is in this room. I know there's an opening behind it. The show is about to start, but I need to find out what's behind there. I hope I can find Ro. Oh, yeah, I don't think you want to look there. A small promise necklace. Prison cell key. Pile of photos. They're all the same person. Yeah, so... Oh, boy. That's not creepy. Not at all. Yeah. Key, use. Small cot. It's old and dirty, and it has a smell I can't quite figure out. Well, if it smells like pennies... Barrel filled with trash and ashes. Looks like someone was burning whatever was inside. Well, there's the pipe. Bloody pipe. Oh, boy. And there's the other promise necklace. Well, we got the pipe, so at least there's that. That was weird. Didn't like that. Okay. Here. Missing pipe. Use. Oh, there's another one? Shit. Oh, no. It is ready. Okay. Status normal. Zone 2, video feed of the theater entrance. Yeah. Oh, I think I have to hit Zone 2. Zone 2 is off. Is this Zone 2? Shows the water flow for Zone 2. It's not showing me much, if I'm being honest here. There we go. Okay, well that was quick. I'm gonna go do a dumb thing. There's nobody here. Go figure. Can I pick this up? No. No. Okay. Hmm. And now this area is Bucky. Okay. Get to the theater, find Amy. I'm gonna say that's electricity. Poster of Amy. Come see our new star, Amy Tanaka. On stage now. Same thing? Yeah. Okay, so now I have to find the power for this thing and shut it off. Note between students. I'm so glad Amy replaced Chrissy for the show. Chrissy didn't understand Crane's vision. She was too obsessed with her dead boyfriend. What the fuck? Yeah, what a loser. At least they're together now. I'm glad that chandelier crushed her. She deserved it. That can't be real. That's insane if it is. That's absolutely batshit nuts, but, I mean, these are supposed to be teenagers, so that does kind of make sense, doesn't it?
Amy? I can't believe I actually found you. I'm coming to get you. Hold on just a little longer.
Oh, fuck. And I gotta shut off both generators? Oh boy. I think I gotta start with this left one. Okay. So there's 3 generators? Holy shit. Okay. Come on. Back over. Okay. Weird.
Amy! Don't worry. I'll get you out of there.
Okay.
Amy! Are you okay?
My head. Where are we? Where's the library?
You don't remember what happened?
Kinda. We were playing with the spirit board, but then things got blurry and I started dreaming about a monster that locked me up in this cage. This is all real?
I'll catch you up later. First, we have to get you out of here.
You're not taking her away from me. I won't lose her again.
It's that thing! The one that put me in here!
Okay.
Crap, what are we gonna do?
I have to end this, for good. It's the only way we can get this thing to stop.
Right.
Be careful, Viv. Mess him up.
Yeah.
Now, how am I going to do this?
That's a fantastic fucking question. I don't know what they want me to do.
Now, how am I going to do this?
Oh. Well, that was fucking easy. Barbed wire with the right tool. Ow! God damn it. Ow. I really have to stop shocking myself. Fuck. Hang on. Owie! Jesus, bro. Come on. Ow. But what am I supposed to do? Oh, I gotta bait him. Okay, fair enough. Oh, get fucked, dude. Holy shit. Need something to stab the glass with. Screwdriver. Nice.
Vivian! Holy crap. You did it. You killed that thing. Did I really beat him? Is he gone? Let's not stay around to find out. We gotta get out of here.
Your high school is
Holy crap!
literally becoming the mouth of hell.
Do you have any idea where we're going? Anywhere but here.
I mean, that's a good call.
Vivian, over here.
it's the library. We're back?
I can't believe it. Amy, are you okay? Do you remember what happened?
It's all a jumble. I can't tell what was real and what wasn't. I just remember being so scared. I don't know what that thing we saw was, but... Thank you for coming after me. I don't think I would have made it out of there without you.
Amy, I was so scared too. Scared I'd never see you again. Scared I wouldn't be able to tell you. All night I've been wanting to share something with you. I even wrote it all down because I was afraid to say it, but I'm done being afraid. Amy, I like you. You know, in that way.
Well, don't do it on top of the Ouija board. That's what got everything fucked up in the beginning.
Viv. I'm so sorry about tonight. I only did all of this to try to impress you. Because, well...
She likes you too.
I feel the same way. But you're the one who's impressive. Even more than I already knew. Now let's get the hell out of here.
No. I mean, yeah, let's go. But no, don't say it like that.
We're leaving the board?
Anything spooky from now on?
I mean, definitely no more spirit boards. But is a scary movie okay?
It depends. How scary?
Okay. I don't think I'd consider this, like, I understand it falls into horror. Okay, hang on. Dear player, we want to share our deepest gratitude with you for playing Fear the Spotlight. The two of us poured our hearts into creating this game, and even though it's not perfect, we couldn't be prouder of what we achieved, which is fair. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We really appreciate that you trusted us with your time to play our game. We sincerely hope that you experienced even a little bit of joy we had while making it. With deep appreciation, Brian and Krista from Cozy Game Pals. That's kind of sweet.
Actually, Amy, I've got one more thing I want to do before we go.
Uh-oh.
Okay, don't take too long.
What are we, what? What are we doing? Why? Overdue books and fines, juicy gossip, but I don't have the time right now. So, wait. What are we doing here? Hello? What are we, what? I mean, there's got to be something. Okay, order forms and receipts. Faculty records for former librarians. It's jammed. I think I could pry it open with the right tool. Well, wouldn't you know it, I have a screwdriver. Folder is labeled 1991. It's a newspaper interview with a student on opening night. I was towards the back of the theater when the fire happened. Everyone saw Chrissy running on stage. We thought it was the show starting, but she wasn't even in costume. She started yelling for help, and just then, the chandelier above her crashed down and burst into flames. It was awful. Oof. Newspaper article about the fire, tragedy at Sunnyside. It is still a mystery who untied the ropes that held up the chandelier. Unfortunately, many witnesses backstage did not survive the fire. 1995. Note from the Superintendent Moore. Staff administration, as you know, Sunnyside High is still struggling with admission rates after the fire. Unfortunately, we do not have enough funds to keep everyone on staff for next year. The note goes on to list several teachers who were fired from their jobs. Okay. 2007. It's a report from the construction company. Upon demolishing the arts hallway, our workers found some videotapes hidden under the drama classroom floorboards. There was also strange furniture in the underground sewers. Please see provided photos and let us know how to proceed. Newspaper that reads, more than a decade after the tragic fire at Sunnyside, construction on the damaged areas of the school begins. It's a printed email between the principal and the superintendent. Principal Lee, I just looked over the report from the construction company. If this gets out, parents will withdraw their students, leading to a loss of funding. This tragedy has done enough damage to our reputation. Tell the workers to destroy everything and get rid of these photos. Superintendent Moore. Last folder's 2010. Newspaper clipping reads, Sunnyside High celebrates completion of new facilities. It welcomes its largest class of students since 1990. Okay.
You shouldn't be in here, Vivian.
Uh-oh. End of chapter 1? The story continues in chapter 2. You can now play chapter 2. God. I'll tell you what, though. Here's what we will do. We will absolutely be coming back to this. For sure. We'll totally be coming back to it. What I'd like to do, though, is tomorrow, I'd actually really like to start Bloodlines 2. I really would. This game is very well done in terms of the mechanics. I mean, obviously, you know, the graphics are rudimentary, but that good graphics doesn't mean good game. One thing I really, really appreciate, it's not tank controls. I really like that it's not tank controls. I can see where they're going with it. And that's really cool. I like the fact that it's only 2 people who did this. Did that package say when it was going to come in? No. No, it didn't. The last time I checked, it didn't have much of anything in terms of information. Let me see if it's updated at all. Activity. Do this. Okay. It says it showed up today. I'm wondering if somebody just put it in the mailbox. I'll have to check later on. It says delivered. It does say delivered. But I'll have to check in the mailbox. Maybe somebody just tossed it in there. That's entirely possible, by the way. They very well just could have tossed it in there instead of like... Because I usually have instructions, as even on Throne, I usually have instructions to like at least leave it at the door and knock, but that hasn't happened at all today. So it's entirely possible they just put it right in the mailbox and never said anything. It is a tiny package. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll definitely be checking later tonight. Okay. So what I'd actually like to do, because I know we've got a couple hours left, is we know what's coming after Bloodlines 2, right? We all know what's coming. But I'm thinking after that. Like after that, what would we like to do? Let me bring something up here really quick. Bring up Obsidian. Here. Do this and this. Okay. So, what is it that we would like to do, right? With stuff. We've got baby steps that we still have to finish, right? Because I do want to finish baby steps for sure. So, actually, hang on. Let me do this. November, right? So we already know Alien Isolation. Isolation. Wow, I can spell. Baby steps. For sure. Just play the game I want you to. What's the game? Maybe Outer Worlds 1 and 2? I mean, it's a possibility, for sure. A Menti? Let me see. $7, it's possible. It's possible. We'll see. But see, there's other games that I really want to check out too. Like, this would be fun. I can see it being kind of fun, sure. But there's a bunch of these. Right? There's Phasmo, there's Lethal Company, there's Repo, there's this, there's another one, and I can't remember the name of it, but it's like paranormal whatever. Are they using like photorealistic stuff for the maps? Strictly single player, okay. I mean, the graphics look good. Interesting. Okay. Let me bring this back up. I'll put it down. Is it Outer Worlds or Outer... It's Outer Worlds, not Wilds. Outer Worlds 1 and 2. Okay, here's something that really sucks. Escape from Duckov? Maybe, yeah. That actually looked kind of funny. What really sucks is that the price for Subnautica won't go down. If I'm being honest. Because you have... Oh, no, they did. No shit, it went on half price. No kidding. That literally just happened today. No shit. Let's see. Yeah, see that's the soundtrack. Even then, that's still not terrible. 36. I'll have to wait until I get paid again, but because that has I just want Subnautica and Below Zero. Because everybody and their mother has told me for a while you should totally play Subnautica. Right? Dispatch, it'll all be out by then. Okay. Well, I'll put Subnautica down. Hang on. Subnautica / Sub-Zero. See if I can get that at some point. And then Dispatch. That's on sale right now too. No shit. Let me I haven't actually seen this trailer, so let's take a look.
So, Shroud dupes you into a trap where he destroys the Mecha Man suit and puts you in a coma.
Also, Moist Critical is in this.
I didn't hear a question in there.
Does this mean you're finished?
Can you repair your
Mecha Man? Up next, is Mecha Man a mecha quitter?
Figured my story would always end in that suit.
It's time for you to accept that you don't got it anymore. We need you behind that desk to help actual heroes. Now, get your flat ass off my bench.
Looks like the Red Ring was behind this.
No problemo.
Can I get ice down here?
Got it. I need you guys to focus.
Heard the team scuffling with the Red Ring.
We are bound to bother them at some point.
If you poke the hive, you're gonna have to fuck the queen.
That's not how bees work. But if we kill the queen, we rot the hive.
If you poke the hive, you're gonna have to fuck the queen.
I'm flying blind, can't see anything.
Busy, look out! You wanna get people hurt? Get people killed?
A real hero puts their ass on the line.
Come on! Just be careful, kid. The answers are out there if you just listen to the wind.
Okay, so we've got Aaron Paul, Laura Bailey, Jacksepticeye, Alana Pierce, no shit, Matthew Mercer, yeah, Lance Canstopoulos, Young Gravy, Aaron Yvette, Moist Critical, Travis Willingham, Joel Haver, Thought Squad, Mayana Barron, excuse me, and Jeffrey Wright. You know what? I'll put it down. I'll definitely put it down. It's basically like a superhero. It's like 911 operator, but it's for superheroes. Basically. Check your gift inventory. Oh boy, hang on. Here. Store. Okay, hang on. I gotta reload this. Exit out of Steam. Then bring Steam back up. It does that all the time. There we go. Sweet Jesus. Oh my god. From True. Okay. Let's see. Subnautica. Holy shit. Thank you, True. And Sub-Zero. Thank you very much. And a Menti. Well, I mean, now I gotta play a Menti for sure. Okay. So, well, thank you, True. I appreciate that, buddy. Hey, it wasn't me this time. That's true. Okay, so hang on. So let me do this. I'll put those here. And then Subnautica and Sub-Zero. Put those there, because those I have to play. So we got Alien Isolation. I have Alien Isolation, obviously. I have Baby Steps, and I do want to finish it. There's also a Menti. There's Subnautica plus Subnautica Sub-Zero. Those two are going to take a while. I mean, you don't have to, but now you have it just in case. No, I mean, I'll play it for sure. Outer Worlds 1 and 2... Actually, you know what? Hang on, because I'm an idiot and I'm still subscribed, but it's also partly my job. So, let me see. Here, I'll just do this. I'll scroll down. I don't care. Mass Effect, Ninja, Power World. Okay. Overthrown, Orcs Must Die, Lonely Outpost, Octopath, No Man's Sky. Okay, so it doesn't look like they're on here. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're on... Oh, Pacific Drive. I've heard decent things about Pacific Drive, though. I've heard decent things about that. And that I can easily get. That's nothing, right? So it looks like we've got Outer Worlds 1 and 2, Escape from Duckov, and Dispatch, and those would be the other three. If I'm being honest, realistically, I'm kind of thinking that this list might actually put us out through New Year's, assuming there's nothing else coming, You know what I mean? Assuming there's nothing else that we find out about where it's like, oh, holy shit, I need to get it. You know, like the Game Awards or something. Nivalis? What is Nivalis? Was it on here? No. Okay. It's on Steam. All right, well, let's take a look.
Hey there. Get up. What do you hear when you wake up each morning?
I like the synthesizer.
There's a rhythm here that only the most observant residents of Nivalis dance to.
I like this. I'm digging this. They made Cloudpunk. I was literally just about to say, this really looks like Cloudpunk.
Nivalis stretches out in all visible directions. This city can be a bewildering place, full of strange sights and even stranger people. Luckily for you, I'm here to help you find your feet. I took the liberty of scanning 14,682 publications related to the running of a successful hospitality business. And I can confirm that you are performing above average. Good news. Watch the sunset and listen to the fishermen's tales. One day, maybe you'll be able to tell your own stories. Sleep now. Rest. When the day turns night, leave your life behind. Neon feelings, just another night. Not sure how long I can stay. The spire is light years away. Come and find me where the night ends.
It does. It looks really, really good. And I mean, it is... I think it's supposed to be in the same world as Cloudpunk. It does look really decent, for sure. What's this one?
This isn't the same city you saw last time you visited, kid. Nivalis is changing in front of our eyes. This is a bolder city, a brighter city. More people to meet, more things to do. More electric night. Last time you were here, this was all a dream. Your old pal Thaddeus is retiring. You can have my old life. It doesn't fit me anymore. I'm leaving you a tasty little business venture. A noodle stand. Work hard and maybe one day you'll climb so high, you'll be above the rain. There's more to this city than business. Follow the rules or break them all. Grow your own paradise in the greenhouses. Sail a boat out and cast your line into the forbidden seas. You might find more than fish. I've heard the rumors. A serial killer? Don't worry too much. I'm sure you're safe. My time is up, kid.
Honestly, I can't get over how gorgeous all this looks.
Now get out there. The city is waiting.
I cannot get over how gorgeous all of that looked. This really, really is really nice. I love all the cityscapes. I really, really do. That looks so good. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it looks great. Aesthetically, this game looks damn good. Oh, it does. It absolutely does. And they... I mean, Cloudpunk was the same way. It absolutely was. So I'm not surprised. Like I said, it's a management-esque kind of game. It kind of feels like have you seen like TCG Card Simulator? It kind of feels like that, but with a story. In terms of like how things play out. It's not just the monotonous grind. You know what I mean? I thought this was kind of cool, by the way. Hang on. Let's see if I can find it. Not Tabletop Simulator. There was something that they were... There was a game, and I can't remember who was putting it out. Surprisingly, the cyberpunk genre really hasn't taken off that well. Well, okay, but here's why, right? The problem is that you need a very specific kind of person to appreciate cyberpunk and really take it for what it is. And that's kind of a really hard concept to bring forth, right? So that, like, people like playing Cyberpunk 2077, and I don't blame them. But they like playing Cyberpunk 2077 because they get to they really get to step into like futuristic world and so on, right? But here's the issue. The issue is that Cyberpunk is dealing with a lot of themes. And if you're not in the right headspace, you're not going to get everything. Like, I guarantee, granted, we can't watch it, but I guarantee if watch parties were still a thing, and I put on Blade Runner, a bunch of people who have never seen the original Blade Runner before would go, that was absolutely beautiful, what the fuck happened? Right? Same thing, by the way, with Ghost in the Shell. If you're not in the right mindset, and we put on Ghost in the Shell during a watch party or something, everybody would go, oh my god, the music was amazing, it looked fantastic, what the fuck happened? Because there's a lot of things that they don't tell you outright and that they just allude to, right? You can get so many things. Here, let me bring up what I'm talking about here. Ghost in the Shell. 1995 film, right? Images. We can get from a single screenshot a lot of information, and I'm just trying to look for the right screenshot here. Cyberpunk took a lot of readjusting to be considered phenomenal, and that took a dev team that put a shit ton of care into it, and I'm speaking strictly of gaming and the gaming industry in terms of that aesthetic. Yes, but, and I understand that, but there's things that are important to both Cyberpunk 2077, Blade Runner, and Ghost in the Shell, and Akira, and like, because there's a lot of things that you miss, right? And unless you go back and you look for them, or unless you're in the right mindset, you're never going to understand them, and you're never going to get and be able to appreciate them the way that they want you to be able to appreciate it, right? So, I'm trying to find the right fucking... Okay, here. We can use this image. This image will work. Like, in all reality, we have GTA clones and so on, but we really don't have a Cyberpunk 2077 clone or anything else. That's because Cyberpunk 2077 is based off of quite a few things, but then turned into its own thing, right? You're looking at the original Blade Runner, you're looking at Akira, you're looking at Ghost in the Shell, you're looking at Neuromancer, right? A lot of those things, you have people that are just like, oh, cool, future world, but then they don't get it, right? Future World is cool, Future World is fun, but they're not fans of cyberpunk, the genre, right? And there's two distinct schools, right? There's two distinct schools of cyberpunk. So I can do this, just Blade Runner, right? And I can take, let's see if I can find it. Here. Oops. Perfect. Even better. So there's two different schools of thought here, right? And you can get it just from these pictures. And this is where like cyberpunk gets really fuzzy. But the reason it gets really fuzzy is because you're not looking at the picture correctly. Okay? And I'm not saying that, oh, you're wrong because you like certain things and don't like certain things. It's just there's a lot going on here that you have to piece together that they never talk about. So if you're not in the right frame of mind, you're going to miss it. So for instance, this right here, Ghost in the Shell. The reason why these buildings are set up the way that they are set up is because what they're doing is they're taking old and they're building new on top of it. And then after years and years and years, you have these massive towered buildings. This is all just living quarters, right? These are all apartments and everything else. And you can see like the really tall and cleaner stuff in the background over here. But everything down here is dirty. Right? And it's dirty because it's been neglected. And it's being neglected because what that does for the people up in here is it helps keep control over people. And this is also inspired from the walled city of Kowloon, where everything was just built on top of one another. And a lot of the time, a lot of people go, oh my God, it's a cyberpunk city. And that's quite literally what they were trying to go with, right? But that's a very Asian an Eastern thought process where it's the government that's oppressive, right? The government is very oppressive. And you have themes in Ghost in the Shell where either you're working for the government or you're working against the government. But either way, it's very state oppressive and everything like that. Blade Runner, on the other hand, is not that. Blade Runner, on the other hand, is a very Western take on cyberpunk. So these ziggurats, which is what they are, they're not pyramids, they're ziggurats. These are specifically made for one corporation, the Tyrell Corporation, which means that the Tyrell Corporation is so fucking powerful, right, and has so much money that it can literally build anything and everything that is at least 15 to 20 times bigger than anything else around it. So that means that the corporations are in control, not the government. Right? So we're getting a lot. We're getting, okay, look, there's pollution here, right? You've got these massive ziggurats that probably, they probably employ tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. You can see all these flat spots here. They're all supposed to be like residential areas and stuff like that. And then you've got these towers, but these towers are absolutely dwarfed by the massive mega corporations. I mean, you have, let me see, you have Mad Max-esque post-apocalyptic, and then you have Fallout. They're both post-apocalyptic, but you can still tell the difference and see there's a very drastic difference. Same goes for a lot of cyberpunk-esque themes. Same does, yes, but the difference is that Mad Max flat out tells you. Fallout flat out tells you. Blade Runner, Ghost in the Shell, Neuromancer, Blade Runner 2049, Cyberpunk 2077, they don't flat out tell you. It's just there and you got to figure it out. This is Blade Runner? Yeah, this is the original Blade Runner. This is obviously artwork that somebody did for it, but Yeah. Right? Mad Max, very, very, very simple. Right? Max is part of the police squad, right? But what does he drive? The last of the V8s. That's literally the whole thing. It's the apocalypse. You don't have much in the way of law, but what law they do have, he drives one of the last of the V8s. And then that carries through basically the rest of the thing. The thing with Mad Max is that Mad Max movies, with the exception of The Road Warrior, is it The Road Warrior? No, that was Mad Max 2. The original Mad Max, with the exception of the original Mad Max, the stories are not about Mad Max. Not even remotely close. Have to apologize. I've not seen Blade Runner. Even when I said that I would, I deleted it from my drive some time ago. You bastard. Seriously, though, do yourself a favor and watch Blade Runner. You'll really, really like it. Oh, no, you're fine. I mean, sometimes they don't have to tell you the theme. They don't have to tell you the theme speaks for itself. A lot of the time, they don't have to tell you at all. Not necessarily true. Not necessarily true. And here's why. Because there is a stark contrast between what we see in this picture with things going on. And most of the time, and I wish I could actually, well, maybe I could show you without sound. Let me do this. Blade Runner intro. And I will turn the sound off. There we go. Right? I'm going to skip past all this stuff because I just want to get to here. Because I can't play the sound, unfortunately, but I can talk about what's going on. You know, if I ever hit play. Okay, so this is literally the first thing you see, and you're like, oh, wow, okay, this looks kind of cool, and, you know, and it does. It looks really, really kind of cool. And it's bathed in night, and everything looks great, and you got, you know, the oil fires going off, right? That's cool. And then you're going to have a speeder come flying by the screen here, right? Okay, cool. Future, got it, understood. Got lightning, does close-up of the, I don't know what you want to call them, oil derricks maybe? No idea. And you've got, by the way, an absolutely fantastic soundtrack going on in the background. But it keeps zooming in, and now all of a sudden you see these ziggurats, and you're sitting there going, what the hell is going on? Right? What the hell is this? Why do we have somebody's eyeball? Then they zoom in on this giant building, but you don't have any sense of scale other than that first exterior shot that we get of the two ziggurats. There's really no sense of scale because you're trying to take all this in the first time that you see it. You don't see that these are fucking, like, literally, there are buildings that are sitting on top of here, right where my mouse is. That's how big this fucking thing is. Right? This fucking thing is massive. There's people probably down there, right? These are radio antennas that are all sticking up and satellite antennas and like all this other shit. And there are people that are probably working. That's how big this thing is. Right? But we don't know going in that this is corporate. This is a corporation. We have no idea. Why? Because the next thing we see is this guy standing here, and he's just in a building. It's a smoky building. That's it. And then he sits down and he does what's called a Voight-Kampff test. So you have no idea what the building means. You have a fantastic soundtrack. You're trying to take everything in, and then we just cut to a man smoking in a very smoky room with a very spinny fan and he does something called a Voight-Kampff test, and he literally just starts asking really, really, really weird questions. You're in the desert, and you're in the desert, and you see a turtle. Well, why am I there? It's just hypothetical. Maybe you're tired. Maybe you're bored. Maybe you decided that you need something new in your life. Doesn't really matter. What matters is you're in the desert. Okay? You see a tortoise lying on its back. A tortoise? You know what a turtle is? I've never seen one in real life, but I understand what you mean. And then he keeps going. So you see the tortoise on his back. All you'd have to do is reach out a hand and flip it back over, but you're not helping it. Why am I not helping it? You're not helping it, Leon. Why is that? And then the dude literally just shoots the guy who's smoking in the fucking head, and he gets thrown through the wall because of the power of the bullet. That's literally the opening. Try to decipher that for the first time you ever watch this movie. You're just going to be sitting there going, what the fuck happened? Right? It doesn't make any rhyme or reason the first time you watch it. It doesn't. And the reason why I'm bringing all this stuff up is because, again, you have Ghost in the Shell, you have Blade Runner, you have Akira, and you have Neuromancer. All of those are compressed into the world of Cyberpunk 2077. So now, try and get all the meanings that those movies had out of Cyberpunk 2077 when you play through it the first time, and explain to me how anybody's going to get all of that. Right? Because the problem is, especially with Cyberpunk, is that they put it in such a stark and dark and unforgiving world, regardless of whether you go with, like, Western Cyberpunk or Eastern Cyberpunk, that the world is very oppressive. But what they don't tell you is in both instances, the world is dying. Humanity is dying. It is humanity as a civilization and as a species are on their way out unless shit changes. Because we're like right at the precipice where it's literally point of no return. And if something isn't done, then it's literally the end of the world and the human race dies off. That's what Cyberpunk is, right? But if they're both Cyberpunk, they'll still be thematically different because they've taken their own approach to what they deem Cyberpunk, which is why I brought up the examples I did. No. What I'm saying, though, is that try taking all those themes, which Mike Pondsmith did, and he did very well. Take all those themes from all those different things that I just listed, throw them into Cyberpunk 2077. Right? You can always get the main story once somebody kind of explains it or kind of hints toward it. But imagine watching a movie where you have a guy who is a retired cop, absolutely can't stand life, and can't stand himself, and spends most of his nights drinking until somebody comes back to him and they say, hey man, you used to be a detective, we need your help. He says, fuck you. I don't like being a cop anymore. I hate being a cop. And they said, well, listen, you don't have a fucking choice. You've just been reinstated, asshole. You're coming with me to the captain. And the captain tells you, you have a mission. Here's people that you have to kill. Why? Because they're different. And you don't have a fucking choice. So then he spends most of the movie either getting hammered, being on the phone, or picking up things without gloves. And then he also ends up meeting a girl, but because he's such a piece of shit, he actually kind of sexually assaults her. And by kind of, I mean does. And only then, because it's literally her first time, she basically gets Stockholm Syndrome, and the guy falls in love with the girl that he sexually assaulted. But he still has a job to do, so then he goes and he kills the rest of them. right? And then he finds out, oh shit, she's different like the people I just killed. And then they run off together. Does that sound like a decent movie? No. But you put it in something like this, now you got Blade Runner. Nobody will tell you that Star Wars and Star Trek are similar outside of they travel through space. One is way more politically influenced than the other and is just shown in a way that differentiates them both by a lot. No, there's a lot of difference. There's a lot of difference between both of them. Like that's oversimplifying it, because one of the biggest reasons why the sequel trilogy sucks is because they don't know how to make they don't know how to write analogies. They just don't. Why do you think most people can't stand Admiral Holdo when it comes to The Last Jedi? It's not because she's supposed to be the feminist character, it's because she's a bitch. On the surface side of things, you see why someone could see them similar. Well, that's kind of the problem, is that they are too similar now. That's exactly the problem, right? Look at all 5 seasons of Star Trek Discovery and tell me that somebody wasn't jerking off to Star Wars. You think I'm kidding? Look at 2 out of the 3 seasons of Picard and tell me somebody wasn't cranking it with a belt around their neck to Star Wars. That's exactly the problem. That's exactly the problem with Star Trek and Star Wars now, is that there really is no differentiation between the two because the people who are writing both of them can't write. So that's why you have people like Admiral Holdo in The Last Jedi, who's supposed to be this girl boss, but she literally is nothing but a complete and utter idiotic bitch. That's why people don't like her, right? People will sit there and go, oh, yeah, well, no, it's because she got pissed because he was mansplaining. No, he wasn't. I just watched the thing fucking 4 days ago. He wasn't mansplaining. Literally, they tell you she is from a different cruiser. She was brought in 5 minutes ago because Leia had to play Supergirl in space. She doesn't know the actual reality of the situation that they are facing because she was not in command. Here is a guy who is literally on the front lines, understands what's going on, and he tries to sit there and go, okay, here's the situation that we're currently facing. After she's had literally no education whatsoever when it comes to what the real problem is, and she just goes, oh, well, you're the guy who did the thing and didn't listen, which automatically means that you're a piece of shit, and because you're a man, I'm not going to fucking listen to you. That's what happens with Admiral Holdo. That's why people don't like her. Because they don't know how to write an analogy. And they don't know how to write something where it has any impact. It's the same thing with Star Trek Discovery. The reason why people hate Star Trek Discovery is not because the characters themselves are awful. It's because there are some characters that are made to specifically be God. And that's it. People don't have a problem with women captains. People don't have a problem with women first officers or women science officers. People don't have problems with gay couples. People don't have, like, obviously there are some, but the people who watch stuff like this don't have problems with people that are different than them or have a different sexual identity or, you know, are transgender. People don't have issues with that. What people have issues with is that it's shoved in their fucking face the entire time, and there's no room to breathe, and the stories suffer because all they want to do is lump somebody into, I am this thing. That's it. That is their whole identity, is I am this thing. They don't want to give you anything else. And that's the same crap that we end up with in the sequel trilogy for Star Wars. And that's why people don't like it. That's exactly why people don't like it. Death Troopers? I played Death Troopers before. I played this. I played this last year, I believe. Yeah. I played it. It was actually good. I mean, it's a fan thing. There's nothing wrong with it. I had fun playing it. Yeah. Yeah, it's just supposed to be a fan thing. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with a fan thing. Why is the fucking quality shit? There we go. Yeah, this was fun. Yeah, I played this. This was fun. This was really cool. And again, it's a fan thing, and it was done really, really well, and it gives you a different kind of experience that you typically don't see in Star Wars. I think that's fine. I think it's totally fine. I actually really enjoyed it. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, the story is very simple, but it connects directly with the original. A fleeing soldier ends up crashing into Endor, where he will find death in a deadly virus, already widespread throughout much of the outer rim of the known galaxy. Yep. Yeah. It's a personal horror saga thing based on the dark universe of Star Wars. I decided to change location, but always remaining faithful to the atmosphere of the original predecessor. Fair enough. Yeah, I played this. This was good. It was really well done. I feel like it's hard to do sci-fi themed horror without it being compared to Dead Space. No, I don't think so. Because sci-fi themed horror existed way before Dead Space ever did. Way before Dead Space ever did. Right? It absolutely did. Perfect example, Alien. And it was quite literally like based around the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in space. The issue with Alien is that we got a bunch of really, really, really crap games for a long time with Alien and Aliens. And most of the time, they wanted to focus on They didn't want to focus on the horror. They wanted to focus on the Colonial Marines, which is where you get Alien versus Predator, right? Again, not terrible in terms of like the games that they want to give you, but they're not horror. They aren't. Right? There are only 2 Alien games before Alien Isolation that I can think of that were actually like genuinely scary. One was Alien 3 for the Sega Genesis, which was it the best game in the world? No. It was actually really difficult, but it nailed a lot of the things that made Alien scary, right? The other one that was so good. Let me do this. Actually, no, you know what? I'll go to YouTube for it. The other one was Alien Trilogy. Yeah, fuck it, PS1. Why not? Long play retro game. Okay. I just want you guys to see the intro. Because the intro is what really, really, really nails this as horror. And see, like, maybe, like, a minute or so of the first level. Oops. Okay, here we go.
Burke, we've lost contact with the colony on LV-426. Take Gorman and his team to investigate. We don't want anyone to learn that the company has deliberately infected colonists in order to smuggle alien specimens past ICC quarantine.
Yes, sir.
It's imperative that you get Ripley to trust you. She's familiar with the xenomorph, and we may need her help to bring one out alive.
Understood.
All right, understand this. The Bioweapons Division had orders to eliminate anyone who attempts to interfere. Obviously, they won't be aware of your team's mission.
Good luck, Ripley.
Access to computers. Security codes. We're in. Stay frosty, people.
So now we go, okay, we know she's fucked, right? Skip past this stuff. Oh, hang on, there we go. You're advised to clear the entrance for the Marine drop crew by removing crate and barrel barricades and dispatching any xenomorphs you may encounter. Note that due to the protective design of the barrels for transportation, your 9mm will be ineffective in their removal. Search out and clear them. Okay. This right here, right? This, back in the day, was as scary as it got for an Alien game. Because you couldn't see anything. You had a very, very limited field of view. The face huggers, the xenomorphs themselves, bad day. This was scary back in the day. You've emulated this? This was so good. This was so good. Right? This was the only other thing before Alien Isolation that... It was Alien 3 and this. And they were the only good Alien games for the longest time. Right? So the issue is that unfortunately, all the other Alien games or things that had the xenomorphs in them, for the most part, if you're looking for horror, sucked. You know what I mean? Like, it's sad, but it's true. Hang on, I gotta turn this down. I just know this is gonna fucking...
This is Mr. Icarus, and welcome to yet another edition of Doom Mod Madness. This time round, we are checking out a mod by the name of Aliens Eradication. Fear not if you're suffering from a mild degree of deja vu, because I have in fact covered multiple Aliens-themed Doom mods in the past year before, that being Aliens TC, Aliens Colonial Marines, and Aliens The Ultimate Doom. This is yet another to add to that particular pantheon. And one of the first things you may notice about Eradication is that it's got a fair tinge of Alien Trilogy to it. Now, that's certainly no coincidence, considering a third portion of this is built on the foundation of the Alien Trilogy mod, which I believe was released by Contra Commando. Obviously, the source for all that is the PlayStation 1 original, the weapons, the sprites, and textures. Certainly the music, which you may be able to hear tinkling away atmospherically in the background. But the more identifiably Eradication part of this, authored by Payload, is made up of the map itself and the classes that you can use within it and how they affect the gameplay experience. So, for setup purposes, this all takes place in a second colony, located on the doomed planet of LV-426. It's not entirely clear whether this takes place before, during, or after the events of Aliens, but if it takes place after, that just makes my view of Weyland-Yutani as a corporation grow even dimmer in terms of sheer greed and stupidity.
Which isn't a bad
However,
thing.
We are relatively well kitted out when it comes to taking on the Xenomorph threat. We've got auto turrets, we've got pulse rifles, we've got slightly wonky line of sight that means as long as that turret can see a facehugger in a tube, it's going to keep firing till it runs out of bullets. So yeah, remember to close them viewports. And of course, we've got the motion tracker, which works admirably well here. I like how the facehugger in the tube is basically your false positive for this section, so if you're backtracking through this part and you get a blip, you may crap yourself briefly before realizing that yes, it is just that damned facehugger in a tube. Nothing more, nothing less. Oh wait, is that a Xeno I hear? Probably. But that's one of the aspects of this map, this mod even, that just works exceedingly well. It builds tension. It's really well paced to such a degree that the longer it goes on without you spotting a Xenomorph, the more anxious you get because you know it's just a matter of time before that hammer finally comes down.
Of course.
Couple that with some legitimately great environmental design, some fantastic use of sound effects in the quieter moments, and you have yourself a scenario where you'll occasionally find yourself quite literally jumping at shadows, only to discover it's a bundle of cables dangling from the ceiling.
I'm not surprised.
One of the most impressive aspects I found about this level in the demo version of Aliens Eradication is just how intricately it all links together. It's laid out in such a fashion that it expands and opens up in multiple ways as you progress through the level itself, and it doesn't exactly constrain you to any one critical path when you enter. Sure, you could go the way that I went, you could go somewhere else completely different and actually make a beeline for the keycard that you need to progress, but once you use that keycard, you'll find that it's not just the door that opens. Vent access opens, new spawns for enemies will appear and unleash, and
yeah, that's cool.
By a certain point, you will just have chaos raining down upon your head. You're probably itching to see what that chaos looks like, aren't you? Let me show you. So this section was friggin' great. Up until this point, the map had been playing fairly softly with me, giving me largely manageable handfuls of Xenomorphs to deal with every now and again. This was the first point where it truly cuts loose and just sends a swarm careening down the hallway towards you. I was very glad that I remembered I had a turret. I kind of panic placed it, but it turned out to be a very good decision. But I did forget that eventually the turret does run out of bullets, leaving you to fend for yourself. And I was very reluctant to plunk down another, fearing that I'd have another swarm to deal with later on. This actually turned out to be a fairly well-founded fear, because it's all adrenaline from here on in. By this point, you'll have opened up a third chunk of the map, you'll have gotten the keycard that leads to the final section, and all of the vents have opened up, all of the spawns will have been unleashed, and you will just be frantic, making sure that you remember your route, where you need to go next, and keeping an eager ear out for that blip on the old motion tracker, not to mention a very distinctive sound cue that plays whenever a vent is broken, be it by yourself or something less friendly. But yeah, this initial experience, this first run-through with the mercenary class, is probably one of my favorite experiences in an Aliens-themed Doom mod so far, because, as I've already said, it's exceedingly well-paced, and it really puts the fear in you. You get to the point where you are legitimately thinking, holy shit, that is a lot of Xenomorphs. I am very outnumbered, and I'm not sure if my supplies are going to hold out. And adding to that ever so slightly was the fact that I think my HUD in the version that I have here is ever so slightly bugged to the advantage of the mod itself in a weird roundabout way, so you'll notice that I can't see my health. I also can't see how much ammunition I have left, save for what's currently loaded into the gun I have equipped. And this actually lent a extra degree of tension to the encounters I had to deal with here.
I can see that.
In favor of the feel of the mod itself. So, accidental or otherwise, I think there's a case to be made for limiting the amount of information that's available to a player. It certainly increases the anxiety, but maybe a few little indicators here and there wouldn't hurt. For example, maybe a critical health indicator in absence of a percentage of what you've got left would still maintain that feeling of not knowing right up until those final desperate moments. And while I'm at it, the flashlight, as lovely as it is to have in those darker environments, I find it does end up being a tool that actively prevents me from taking advantage of the flares that you have access to here. So maybe the flashlight should be more of a finite resource, something that runs down over time and takes quite a while to recharge. And that way, the flares get a little bit more use, the lighting can be a little bit more atmospheric, and the fear can be cranked up a little bit higher. Earlier I mentioned that depending on the class you pick, you'll be able to switch up your experience with Aliens Eradication, and nowhere is that more apparent than with the Wayland Operative class. This is a class that essentially puts you in the bad guy role. Not only are you there to quell the xenomorph threat, you're also there to ensure that there are no survivors, witnesses, or evidence.
Okay.
Intriguingly, picking this class will also alter a few elements of the level geometry too, and this is largely to help facilitate the tweaked style of gameplay you'll be engaging in here, what with enemies that are able to return fire. And to that end, you'll see that the hallways are littered with a few more bits of cover than they previously were, allowing you to duck behind and avoid those volleys of bullets headed your way. And you'll also discover that there are additional storage closets located throughout the map. Now, with the previous class, there was, as far as I could tell, one storage closet that you could gain access to for additional supplies, and that required tracking down a red keycard located in a secret. But with this class, you will have seen that mercs will drop red keycards, giving you access to these storage rooms. The only thing that's really left for you to do is locate them yourself. It's safe to say that there is an extremely noticeable difference between playing as this class and the initial mercenary class. There's noticeably less xenomorphs to deal with, but you will find that every now and again on killing a merc, a chestburster will pop out, an enemy type that I don't think I encountered at all during my mercenary playthrough. It's certainly a class that made me feel a bit more gung-ho, a little bit more confident in my playthrough, but that could have been the fact that I started with a flamethrower. It could be the fact that I'd already run through the level at least once at this point. On what feels like the complete opposite end of the spectrum to, well, pretty much every other class in this mod, is the Colonist class. This starts you off with nothing but a handgun and a song in your heart. Also no armor. You forget how important armor is until you play as the Colonist, because you know that acidic blood? Yeah, it
it'll
really
fuck you
friggin'
up.
stings when you're playing as a Colonist.
Yeah.
This is the kind of class you'd pick if you're after the more survival-tinged experience. You're certainly going to be doing a hell of a lot more scavenging. You will be poking your nose into every available part of this map in search of additional supplies, additional ammunition, and certainly bigger and better guns. Hopefully, on picking this class, you'll at least have a few runs of this map under your belt, because I can only imagine the sheer panicked flailing of a player that picks this as their initial playthrough. That's not to say that there's no advantages whatsoever to picking the Colonist as your starting class of choice. You'll find that other Colonists are friendly to you during the course of the map. I only really found them during the course of this section, but I did find that the additional firepower they provide, albeit brief, was much appreciated.
Okay.
Much like the mercs, they can occasionally drop a red supply closet keycard, and if you're unlucky, one or two of them will spew a chestburster on death. Rounding out the classes is the brick shit house known as the Combat Synth. This guy comes equipped with a smart gun as standard, as well as 200% armor, meaning that he doesn't so much flinch in the presence of acid blood, he practically bathes in it. It's certainly a class that imbues you with a first sense of confidence. I dare say, in my case, overconfidence when it comes to dealing with the Xenomorph swarm, because as it happens, I was laying it on a little too thick with the smart gun. I can't help it. I love the gun. It's full of DACA.
The smart gun is pretty awesome.
I ran dry at a point where I really needed to rely on it the most. Consequently, this turned my combat synth run into more of a scavenger synth run as I tried to figure out an effective route to pick up more smart gun ammo. Thankfully, I had a pretty reasonable idea of where I could find some. Unfortunately, I forgot that this was right on top of a big fat swarm spawn.
Oof.
But honestly, it's situations like this where the level design of Aliens Eradication really shines. Those frantic moments where you're desperately trying to escape the swarm and find that there are multiple ways in and out of nearly every section of this map, thanks to the way in which it's honeycombed with vents. It means that you never feel like you're being unfairly pinned down, that you can still beat a retreat to a different section if you've got enough time and level knowledge in your head, but at the same time, the Xenomorphs can track you down, they can take advantage of all the same routes that you can, and boy is it a lot of fun. So yeah, considering that this is only available in demo form at the moment, I would still easily recommend Aliens Eradication. I've gotten so much fun, so much mileage out of this single available level with the 4 classes that you can play as, that I am now really hopeful that work will continue on this and that there will be more levels available in future. If there's one aspect of this, however, that just leaves me hopelessly intrigued in terms of how it may potentially develop, it's the fact that depending on the class you pick, you'll actually exit the level through a different point than the others. So
okay.
If you play as the Merc or the Operative, you'll go out through the same exit. But if you play as the Colonist, a side door opens and you exit through that instead. The Combat Synth, he actually goes out through an elevator that you need to mess around with a generator for, and even this text changes depending on the class you play as. And I'm just wondering where that could lead, whether there's a plan for different classes to actually have unique levels that maybe join back up at a certain point. That just sounds crazy, like a lot of work, and also something I'd really like to see at the same time. So yeah, I'm gonna be keeping an eye on this one for a while. Things could get pretty interesting, but if you find yourself similarly intrigued in Aliens Eradication and you're eager to give it a whirl for yourself, then you'll find the link, as usual, in the description below. While I'm at it, I'd like to give a great thank you to my wonderful...
I mean, it looks good. It definitely looks good, for sure. Yeah, that definitely doesn't look bad. This is the only thing that I hate about Doom, when it comes to mods, is
the fearing that
the speed
deal with later on,
at which you run around.
Actually turned out to be a fairly well-founded fear, because it's all adrenaline from here on in. By this point, you'll have opened up a third chunk of the map, you'll have gotten the key card that leads to the final section, and all of the vents have opened up, all of the spawns will have been unleashed, and you will just be frantic, making sure that...
That's something you can get a mod for.
You need to go next.
It's just like... And you know, the problem with mods is that, God forbid, and this is only a demo, right? So there's no telling what one mod will do when it interacts with another that changes things so drastically, and so on. And again, this is only a demo, so who knows? It may work, it may not. But it's literally just the speed, right? Like, if you moved maybe 30% slower, this would be the new Alien trilogy, you know? You move insanely fast. And again, there's nothing wrong with that, but if you're going for a certain aesthetic, make sure that you nail it, right? Make them move slower. That's really my only, like, big hiccup with it. But I mean, other than that, I mean, it looks good. It definitely looks good. It absolutely gives you that Alien trilogy vibe, for sure. That was really the appeal to those games, in a way. Oh, the on top of the violence, yeah. Yeah. And again, I don't see a problem with this. I really don't. Again, it's a personal thing for me. It's just the movement. In all honesty, that's really all it is. So I can't really say much about that. There are movement speed mods. Yeah. What I'm saying though is that at least 6 years ago, I don't know about now, but this was only a demo, right? So at the time, who knows? Maybe none of the mods worked with it. No idea. But again, a movement thing, especially when it's a demo, debatable, right? Maybe that's a very, very easy thing that they can change, and they're just like, yeah, no, we're good. He had the free look mod, so he wasn't locked to horizontal aiming only, which is really nice. Yeah, really, really nice. But yeah, I personally, I think when it came to Alien games, before Alien Isolation, the only stuff that we had that was Alien but scary was Alien Trilogy and Alien 3. That was it. I wish there were more, but AVP, I was never scared with. It didn't matter which AVP it was. Never scared with it. The Aliens ones that are out now, like Fireteam Elite and all that shit, it's not meant to be horror. It's meant to be maybe have horror elements to it, but it's meant to be like sci-fi action, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's definitely not horror. I'm trying to think what else. Colonial Marines could have been really good for horror, and then it wasn't, right? So unfortunately, there's really not a lot of Alien games out there that are just scary. Surprised we haven't gotten more great Alien games, given how massive that IP is. I guess no good studio really got to do anything with it outside of Isolation. If I'm being honest, I kind of feel like what happens a lot of the times, especially when it came to the early 2000s and the late 90s, is that you had something like Alien Trilogy, which everybody loved, and that was fantastic, but then the only other thing you had was Alien 3. And everybody wanted to do an Aliens kind of thing. Nobody wanted to do an Alien kind of thing. And Fox really didn't care. They're just like, fuck it, whatever makes us a quick buck. So they greenlight something if it had the right feel to it, and then you could basically do whatever the fuck you wanted. They did the same thing with Independence Day, right? The Independence Day video game for the PlayStation 1, or even the Sega Saturn, wasn't terrible, but, well, here, I'll show you. Full game, sure, fuck it, why not? This is all it was. You get to fly different planes in different locations, and you have to shoot certain things, and you have to do it within a very specific radius, or I should say a specific diameter, underneath the ship, and then you kill very specific, like, basically like SAM sites, and then once you do that, the core opens up, or not the core, but the main weapon goes to fire, and you have X amount of time to blow it up, and then you just move to the next level, where you do the same thing over and over and over again. That's literally all it is. That's all this game is. Okay, so this one, it's on the ship, right? So you have to kill these things that are on the ship, that are just kind of hanging down off the ship, the smaller ones. for this level, and then eventually maybe I just want to see the main weapon open up. Because again, all you're doing is literally killing the fighters that are trying to kill you and killing things that are hanging off the ship or things that are on the land, right? There we go. So then this opens up, and then you have to fire a bunch of missiles and your gun's at it and so on, and you only have a limited amount of time, and then that's the end of the level. And then you move on to the next level and you do the same thing, and then you go back and, you know, you do it all over again, but you do it with different planes. And that's really all that the Independence Day game is. So they were doing this for a little while, but then you also had like RoboCop versus Terminator, right? Could have been really, really cool. Unfortunately, the tech wasn't quite there yet for like a badass RoboCop versus Terminator game. You could easily make one today, and I think it'd be really fun. But yeah, Fox didn't care. They just didn't. Which is why you got a lot of stuff like this. Right? I mean, they kind of got it, but I'm also surprised we haven't gotten a decent Alien game along the lines of like Life is Strange or the Walking Dead games that are choice based and whatnot. With that and the way that at least Fox was, I don't know how Fox is now, but I kind of feel like the issue is that they've already been burned when it comes to it being labeled as canon. Like, as much as I hate to say it, for all intents and purposes, officially speaking, from what I understand, at the time it was released, Colonial Marines was supposed to be canon. I'm not even kidding. That was a thing. Right? Colonial Marines was supposed to be canon. Now, whether it is or not, I couldn't tell you. That's just shooting yourself in the foot. I agree. But I think, at the very least, Fox has learned its lesson to an extent. I don't know about Disney, but Fox has learned its lesson to an extent. So, even though I may not necessarily like some of the choices that they've made recently with the Alien franchise, whether it be Fireteam Elite or them doing that new one that was VR and then was brought back over for regular PC, and people are like, it's right? Or whether it be Alien Romulus or whether it be Alien Earth, I'm pretty sure most of it is probably going to be considered canon. Which is why it was smart of Disney to do a reboot of sorts. Otherwise, Starkiller would be canon, which would just be fucking stupid. Well, hang on a second. It's Force Unleashed, right? Was Force Unleashed ever canon? No. The Force Unleashed is not part of the current official canon. When Disney acquired it in 2012, the company declared all pre-existing expanded universe material, including games like The Force Unleashed, was no longer considered canon, with the exception of the 6 main films in Clone Wars series. Fair. You can watch this video to learn why some people believe The Force Unleashed should be considered canon. Status before, The Force Unleashed was considered part of the Legends continuity, or the expanded universe, but it was not part of the same G canon as the films in the Clone Wars series. Some sources suggest that because George Lucas had some involvement in the game's creation, it held a slightly higher status, but it was never officially designated as G-canon. So it was never G-canon. And G-canon, if I remember correctly, was literally George Lucas going, oh, well, yeah, you know, I mean, yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, that could be canon. Yeah, I like it. So I feel like an idiot. Uh-oh, why do you feel like an idiot? Which is why what Disney did with the canon side of things was good? No. You got to remember, it's not just as simple as what is or what isn't canon, right? Was it smart of them to purchase everything, including all the books and video games and merchandise and action figures? Absolutely it was. Is it smart of them to take things that they think will work and put them back into what is now considered canon? Sure. But that's not what they were thinking. That's literally not what they were thinking at all when they made the sequel trilogy. I've been dealing with my broken glasses all day, and I just remembered that I have a backup pair. Oh, boy. He just made any stupid thing canon because he was like, oh, that seems cool. Basically, yeah. But the difference is that it's his to do that with, right? So he can, even if you don't like something, if it's considered G-canon, you go, okay, yeah, no, you know what? That's okay. That's fine, right? That just adds to the world. He doesn't necessarily need to have all of his ideas be literally the only stuff in there, right? Like, I guarantee you could go to a lot of people and go, hey, what was your favorite Star Wars story? And there are going to be a bunch of people that sit there and talk about the Yuuzhan Vong War, or the Thrawn trilogy, or the stuff with Mara Jade, or, you know, some of the other stuff, and so on, right? But there are also going to be people who, like myself, up until probably within the last, like, 10, 15 years, didn't even know most of that stuff existed, other than every once in a while you might see a book in Walmart, right? Or, you know, played Shadows of the Empire, and then went and read the book adaptation for Shadows of the Empire, right? Stuff like that. Other than that, you're just like, well, I mean, they're video games, who cares, right? And that was pretty much it. It was just to do with, but it gets to a point where it's just absurd that it's canon? Not really. No. Again, the reason... Okay, here's the reason why what you're currently saying doesn't make any sense. And I can give you examples. The reason why what you're saying doesn't make any sense is because Disney is right now doing the exact same thing that you're accusing George of doing. You've got Skeleton Crew. You've got The Acolyte. Whether or not you like those two TV shows, guess what? They're canon. It doesn't matter how stupid they actually are. They are canon. Right? You've got the third season of Mandalorian. You've got Mandalorian and Grogu. You've got Book of Boba Fett. All of which did not do very well compared to the first two seasons of Mando, compared to oh God, what's the name I'm looking for here? Ahsoka, and compared to the one that everybody raved about, and it was only 2 seasons long, right? You got just as much crap as you do good stuff, and it's all considered canon. Why? Because Disney's come out and said, only a few select video games, the movies, and the TV shows are canon, and that's it. Well, guess what? Disney made all of that crap stuff. So guess what? It's canon. How many movies have we had so far? We've had Force Awakens, Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker, Rogue One, Solo, and now Mandalorian and Grogu, right? Force Awakens was just a rehash of A New Hope. Last Jedi was fucking awful. Rise of Skywalker was trying to unfuck a situation that they couldn't unfuck. Rogue One was decent, so I can't keep that in the list of movies that are crap. But then you have Solo. And Mandalorian and Grogu isn't out yet, so we can't really say. Fine. But out of 5 movies, 4 of them are garbage. The difference is they're not making a product where something happens that completely contradicts what they show next, like they did with the games versus the TV shows. So just stick to the TV shows and movies being canon, and that's that, rather than saying, oh, that seems decent, so it's canon in regards to a video game compared to the movies and so on. No, it isn't. And you want to know why? Because the people who are coming up with those stupid ideas are the people who thought, you know what would be cool if, versus people who are actual fucking writers. That's why. That's why in the Acolyte, it's no longer the Force, it's the thread. That's why now all of a sudden you have fat Jedi. Right? That's why now you have a bunch of kids who are riding around in a spaceship along with Jude Law all over the fucking universe. And by the way, you're never going to have to worry about any of the kids because it's Disney and they won't kill kids in a TV series. So the entire premise is boring. Right? That's why you had people like Admiral Holdo. That's why you had The Force Unleashed, which was just a rehash of A New Hope. That's why you had The Rise of Skywalker turn out the way it did. Stupid as it is, that's why you had it that way. You mean to tell me that 10,000 Star Destroyers and nobody can look out a fucking window and tell everybody to go up? How does that make any sense? It doesn't. But the reason it doesn't is because the same people who go, you know, it would be really cool if can't write. And unfortunately, they're the writers now. Versus people who, even if you don't necessarily like it, you can tell, oh, hey, look, this guy has written fucking 18 books. Obviously, he's got to be doing something right, otherwise they would have fired his ass. If George likes it, oh, yeah, sure, no, it's really well done, and I could totally see it in my universe. Yeah, absolutely, G-canon. But then there's so many other things that he looked at that are like, no, that's just a one-off thing, whatever. I mean, hey, they can make their money, they paid for the license, but it's not even remotely close to canon. Right? At least you had, at the very beginning, you had the man himself determining what is and what is not canon. I don't have a problem with that. But when you have something like Disney, where everything is done by committee, and they're trying to appeal to everyone, they end up appealing to no one most of the time because none of it makes any sense. You know what I mean? That's kind of the issue that we're running into with Star Wars. And it's not just, I will say, it's not just Kathleen Kennedy's fault. It's also Bob Iger's. But that's because they don't care about what is or isn't canon. The canon thing is only coming along because that allows them to take ideas that are kind of cool, and if they can get somebody to kind of work it in to their stuff, they'll make a TV show or possibly make a movie out of it, and then it's considered canon. That's it. That's the only reason why it's there. Because at the end of the day, they don't care. They just want a product. They don't care how good it is. They just want a product. That's all they want. And it's clearly evident. So I have to give credit to where credit is due, right? you can have an entire expanded universe with all these different things happening, and some are considered G canon and some aren't considered canon whatsoever, and some are kind of maybe somewhere in between but don't really have any relevance to anything that's going on in the timeline and everything else. Okay, fine, but at least there's creativity. There's zero creativity when it comes to anything Star Wars anymore. The only two things so far in the last like 2-3 years that have actually been creative were Andor and Ahsoka. Almost everything else has turned into a crapshoot. The only other thing that you had before that was Rogue One and the first 2 seasons of Mando. After that, everything just kind of went to hell. Now what good is it? You see what I mean? Like, there's a massive difference. Massive difference. It's like saying the Halo TV series is canon to the gameverse. Okay, but what you're missing is that... Here, let me do this. Is the Halo TV series canon? No, it is not, as it exists in a separate continuity called the Silver Timeline. This is how they save their asses when something goes bad. Right? Has its own canon, good or bad. Okay, doesn't really matter whether it's good or bad. You want to know what they do? Because they did this with Star Trek. This is how I know. Because it was originally put out by Paramount. Okay? And Paramount, guess what? Owns Star Trek. They did this with Star Trek. They originally, with Star Trek Discovery, told us that it was going to take place roughly about 10 to 12 years before the events of the original series. And then the first season happened, and everybody went, what the fuck is this? And then they went, well, it is canon. Okay, well, define canon. Well, it could take place in another universe. Like, they gave us every fucking excuse in the book. They told us we were hearing rumors that it possibly took place in another universe, so maybe like the Mirror Universe in Star Trek, it is technically canon, but it's not the universe that we know. And then we were told, no, it absolutely is canon. And then there was talk about taking it out of it, putting it out of its misery completely when Paramount and CBS merged back together under the new Viacom, and then Viacom, sold off the stuff and like all this other, like there were tons of talks. And then they finally went, okay, we got to do something about this. So the only thing that they could do was take the entire story and put it from 12 years before the events of the original series to 900 years in the future and make it classified so that nobody could talk about any of it whatsoever, including Spock, including Captain Pike, and that Captain Kirk would never know about it. And like and Uhura would know about it, but now because she knows about it, it's classified, so she can't talk about it, and so on, to try and repair the damage that they've done. Same company, by the way, put out the Halo TV series. So how do they save their ass? Oh, well, I mean, it's a separate continuity, and it's called the Silver Timeline, and I mean, you don't have to worry. Why? Because it fucking bombed hard. And that's the only way they could save face. Well, you don't like it, that's okay, because, I mean, it's not technically canon. I mean, it is canon, but it's a different timeline, and they've been doing that for a while now, sadly. Right? That's just called trying to save their ass. That's all that is. That's not a smart... That's not something that they decided to do, by themselves. They had to turn around and go, oh God, no, everything's going to shit. Oh my God, it's all on fire. What do we do? They did it with Star Trek. They did it with Halo. Now, when it comes to Disney, Disney doesn't care. They don't care what they make. The problem with Disney is that Disney has money that they have to make off of an IP that they spent $4 billion to get. Right? And Bob Iger wants to stray away from what George Lucas was doing, specifically because then you would have all these people up in arms. So what does he do? No. Only the TV shows and movies are canon. That's it. That's the only reason he did it. Had nothing to do with, oh, well, you know, I mean, we're kind of doing our own thing and it's a reimagination. No, it's because Bob Iger's a dick. And he's always been a dick. Right? Fair enough. But it had nothing to do with them going, oh, well, no, because then we can take the stuff that we know works and put it. Had nothing to do with that. Has everything to do with the fact that now they can pick and choose, whether it's stupid or not, they can pick and choose what they want to make from everything that they essentially got with this $4 billion price tag that are literally hundreds, if not thousands of people's different ideas, and they can turn them into whatever the hell they want. That's why. Because if they have another hit like Andor, holy shit, they're on top. That's all they care about. They don't care what the story is, right? Like Mike Stoklasa said from Red Letter Media, don't question, just consume product. That's what Disney's doing. That's why it's as bad as it is. Because they go, oh, well, you don't like this one, well, go watch Rogue One. Go watch the originals. Doesn't matter. We're still getting paid. Right? That's the disconnect. That's the biggest disconnect. Is Disney isn't doing it to be smart. They're doing it because Bob Iger is an idiot and because Kathleen Kennedy, at the very least, is complicit and indifferent. That's the issue, right? So Star Wars as it is right now is in kind of a really, really rough area. Now, the movie still made billions. They absolutely did. But just because a movie makes billions doesn't mean that everybody liked it. And it also goes to show, because, like, here, watch. I'll do this. Star Wars sequel trilogy. Failure. The Anti-Trilogy. 5 Worst Things. George Lucas's sequel trilogy full treatment revealed. The Truth. This makes no sense. Biggest questions answered. Why the sequels will never have the same reputation that the prequels did. Everything wrong with the entire Star Wars sequel trilogy. Is Disney ruining Star Wars? What could have been George Lucas's sequel trilogy? The sequel trilogy, a Star Wars complete retrospective. Star Wars, a critique of the sequels. The biggest failure in Star Wars history. Star Wars, the sequel trilogy is better than you realize, which means that they have to acknowledge that the fucking thing is bad in the first place. Okay? What went wrong with the Star Wars sequels? Half in the bag, the 70-minute Rise of Skywalker review, which obviously I have watched, right? Why the Thrawn trilogy is the real sequel trilogy. So, like, I'm not the only one who's saying this, right? Like, if it was just me shouting at clouds, I could understand that. But it's not just me. It's literally everyone and their mother coming out and dogpiling on how crap the sequels are. Because the writing's not there, and because that's not what Bob Iger and Kathleen Kennedy want. They want product. That's all they want. Star Wars sequels were worse than you thought. You know what I mean? Like, I'm disgusted. Mark Hamill finally opens up about The Last Jedi, Luke Skywalker. It's like there's tons and tons and tons fixing the sequels. Really bad news for Star Wars. When Star Wars ruins your career, how Disney destroyed Star Wars, ranking every Star Wars movie. Okay, cool. Notice how, like, you've got the newer ones who are lower on the list. This is the worst scene in Star Wars. Ben Solo's situation is so frustrating. J.J. Abrams reflects on Star Wars and when it's critical to have a plan. That maybe I know obviously that hindsight is 20/20, but maybe you should have thought of that, before you allowed Alias to flounder into obscurity and before you fucked up one of the hottest TV shows at the time, which was Lost, and before you fucked up Star Trek and before you fucked up Star Wars. Maybe that should have been something you learned a little bit earlier. 1 hour ago, Disney removes Star Wars show. What went wrong with the Star Wars sequels? Mark Hamill addresses the rumor that he quit Star Wars. Lucasfilm is officially bankrupt. 10 major plot holes in the Star Wars sequel trilogy. The Kylo Ren situation is much worse than you think. Bob Iger should go to jail. Star Wars chaos. Bob Iger killed George Lucas's legacy and another would-be sequel. Disney probably didn't want this public. Like, we could just keep going down this list all day. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of... That's the problem, is that they don't care. It's just consume product. That's all it is. And it's a bummer, because I know that there are a lot of Star Wars fans and whatnot out there, and we all love Star Wars fans, right? When we can dress up like our favorite Star Wars character and stand outside in lines outside of a movie theater for 2 days or whatever, and we can see everybody's still having fun and they're happy and everything like that, and they're dressed up like Darth Maul or dressed up like Vader or Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon Jinn, or you have that one asshole who tries to pull off, fucking what's his name, Jar Jar Binks, right? Or you have maybe a kid who's dressed up like R2-D2, or you have somebody who tried to 3D print, 3PO's like shell so he could wear it, and everybody's doing these mock lightsaber battles and all that. Like, it's fun, it's goofy, it's dumb, but that's the point, and everybody's having fun. Nobody's having fun anymore because it's don't ask questions, just consume product. That's Disney, unfortunately. You see what I mean? It's a bummer. It's a massive bummer. It really, really is. So, that's the problem with Star Wars right now, is they don't have the writers. Bob Iger doesn't care. And Kathleen Kennedy is, at best, indifferent, and at worst, complicit. It's just, it's a money show. That's all it comes down to. It's not, Disney has things that are beneficial, but that's not because they planned them that way. It just worked out that way. It's not that it's smart of them to go, oh no, all this stuff is just, it's not canon anymore, right? No, the benefit of them doing that is that they can pick and choose what they want that actually is really good and go, hey, there you go, right? They can do that now, and that's cool, but it's just a byproduct. That's unfortunately all it is. So, yeah. But we finished. I still got to close this. That sometimes helps. We did do Fear the Spotlight. Tomorrow we are going to be doing, or we're going to be starting Bloodlines 2. Like I said before, and we saw it at the beginning of the stream, and even Itzy backed this up. The game itself is fun if you don't go in with the expectations that it's going to be what you originally wanted it to be. That's how I'm going into it. And we'll see how it goes. Right? I'm excited for it. I'm not looking at it as a Bloodlines sequel. I'm looking at it as a Vampire the Masquerade game. Not perfect, not what we wanted, but that's okay. But I do want to thank everybody for being here. We had Gina coming in with a raid, and thank you so much, Gina. Really, really appreciate that. We had True, we had Aelin, we had Itzy, we had Spectre, we had Fafo. We had a bunch of awesome people. Spoiled was here. So yeah, it was fun. I like Fear the Spotlight. I thought it was really, really well done. If I'm being honest, the only thing that I wish is Blumhouse Games would stop making the volume so fucking loud on absolutely everything so that it doesn't make people's ears bleed. That'd be really nice. But other than that, the game is fun. I had fun with it. Also, True, thank you for Subnautica and Sub-Zero and Amenti. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right. And that's stuff that we can absolutely do in November, for sure. And it'll probably spill over into December as well. But yeah. So that's going to be it for me for tonight. I will be back later on today. But until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty. And of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you later on. Thanks so much, everybody, for hanging out. Thanks for watching.